good start to the season for the 2-0 Nationals, highlighted by strong efforts from the top of the rotation. An opening day homer from the league MVP, a game-winning RBI from the new second baseman, and a huge pinch hit from a player who didn't arrive until the 5th inning. Today it's Tanner Roark's turn. It's the home opener against the Marlins. From Atlanta, and now in the shadow of all of those monuments, it's Nationals Park. It's opening day in our nation's capital. We've had a great ceremony. It's Bryce Harper Hardware Day at the ballpark, by the way. He's going to take home all kinds of trophies that he was presented with before today's game. But it's all about 2016 now, Bob and FP. What a great couple of results in Atlanta. It just makes for a real good, feel good to come home and play.
Well, you like the fact that they went 19-4 in spring training, kind of continue that in Atlanta. Now they bring it back to Nats Park. The place is rocking. Jets flying over. Bryce won both showcases before the game. He needs a pickup truck to take home all the trophies, and we're excited for baseball in the nation's capital.
And it's sort of unexpected, but what a great honor for Tanner Roark to get the opening day start, at least at home. I know he wasn't thinking about this in spring training, and then with rainouts and all that stuff in Florida, things kind of worked out, and here he is.
Well, it's an honor for him. He's excited about it. Dusty Baker said he wants him to speak up and say he wants to be a starter. So last year, you saw the 12 starts. They were far in between, and he never had any consistency. There was one spot start in June in Philadelphia where he gave up 8 earned runs that kind of skewed his ERA a little bit for me. So we're excited to see Tanner Roark against a good hitting Marlins lineup.
Yeah, they're solid. They have pretty much the same roster that they had a year ago. Dusty, thunderous ovation when he was introduced. Yeah, is there Destiny in 2016? Harper, Zimmerman, they're all here, folks. It's a great lineup. The Nats and the Miami Marlins straight ahead. On Masson, brought to you by PNC Bank, for the achiever in you. By Ocean City, Maryland. Let us show you a good time in Ocean City, Maryland. Book now at OCOcean.com. By WGL Energy. Visit WGLenergy.com for easy ways to green your energy and help the environment. And by Mercedes-Benz. The best or nothing. Looked like a horrible morning with all that weather. Little did we know the guys would be running out and taking the field under pretty good conditions. It's been sunny. It's been cloudy. It's gone back and forth throughout this afternoon. Right now, cloudy and 60 at game time. A little muggy. And the wind, not much of a factor at all as it gently moves from the left field corner over toward the Anacostia River. Marlins are hitting .270 in their first 2 ball games, but they've lost both. They've been giving up a lot of home runs, but don't blame Dee Gordon for any lack of offense. He's 4 for 6 against Tanner Roark career, and he's 6 for 11 with an RBI to start his season as the defending National League batting champion.
You see the arsenal for Tanner Roark. Fastball 93, slider 86, mixing a curveball and change to go with it. He started the last game of the 2015 season through 6 shutout innings against the New York Mets, gave up just 3 hits, and he's back to his more familiar starter role this year. Maybe able to get into routine. If you remember last year, he was a reliever, he was a starter, he was a setup guy, he was a closer. So now back in the rotation, and he has the opening day start. Big time honor for Tanner Roark, and it's well deserved.
Lance Barksdale behind the plate. Will Little at first base. The crew chief is Ted Barrett. Out at second base, there he is, and Toby Basner over at third. Dee Gordon coming off a fantastic season when he had 205 hits and batted .333. 406 in the district, and here we go. Strike one. Dee Gordon at the age of 27. Is he the premier leadoff guy in baseball? Last year he was.
Yes.
Got him in a trade with the Dodgers. Dan Herron, a former Net, was involved in that. Miguel Rojas still with the Marlins. Here's strike 2.
Elevated fastball. I think that's where you go to get Dee Gordon out. He's a guy that likes to hit the ball on the ground the other way, up the middle. If you elevate on him and make him hit the ball in the air, that's really your only chance to get this guy out.
That's where you want him to hit the ball in the air. Danny Espinosa, 1 out.
Set to defense for the Nats. First time in their white unis here at Nats Park. Worth, Taylor Harper, the outfield. Espinosa, Rendon, left side. Murphy, Zimmerman, right side. And Wilson Ramos behind the plate. Well, first time in their white unis in games that count anyways. And Danny Espinosa gets the first put out of the year.
There's Marcell Ozuna.
At home.
Another one of these young, talented Miami players. He shoots one beyond the reach of Jason Worth in left. He'll take a one-hopper and hold him to a single. Jason got rid of the ball in a hurry. Ozuna really stung that ball. So that makes him 2 for 10 on the young season. That was a rocket.
Well, I'll tell you what, you want to elevate the ball on Dee Gordon, but the rest of these guys, you want it down in the zone. Ozuna knows what to do with the high fastball. Yelich the same way. Giancarlo Stanton will hit one on the street. So for Tanner Roark today, maybe elevate to one guy and then keep that sinker down to everybody else. And like I always say, key to Tanner Roark's success is that front hip sinker to lefties with 2 strikes. Likes to start it at him and run it back.
Yeah, here's Christian Yelich, and he's only 24. He's off to a 2 for 7 start with an RBI. Coming off the season when he hit 300, 126 ball games. He was beaten up a bit. But he has 2.5 full big league seasons under his belt at a very young age.
Everybody talking about Giancarlo Stanton benefiting from Barry Bonds being the hitting coach of the Marlins, but I think the guy in the batter's box right now, Christian Yelich, a guy that we've seen drive the ball the other way consistently, but I think as he grows into his swing and starts pulling the baseball more, he has sneaky pop. You think that Bonds might help him with something like that.
Well, remember the ball he hit for the last out of Jordan Zimmerman's no-hitter? We thought that was a double the other way, before Steven Souza made the amazing catch to preserve that no-no. So Yelich can drive it to all fields. He has good speed. And as the ball game gets underway, a few raindrops. Last thing I saw, it said 40% at 4 o'clock.
I'm going to say 100% right now.
Yeah, the umbrellas are coming out. The slickers are coming out, and the fans are moving around a little bit. That is a swing on a pitch that had Ramos diving to his right.
Check it out from the side. stop by Wilson Ramos. Keeping Marcelo Zuna at first and keeping that double play in order. Got the ponchos out already.
Yeah, already.
Opening day. Right out of the gate.
Marlins feel like it's South Florida where it always rains about this time every afternoon. 1 ball and 2 strikes with 1 out. On a fastball up, Ramos came popping out of his crouch. Marlins won 71 games last year, lost 91, finished in the middle of the division, 19 games behind the Mets. New manager, but really the personnel very similar. 2-2 pitch. Another breaking ball, counts full. And because of who's on deck, you don't want to lay one right in there, but you need to make a quality pitch and not walk Christian Yelich.
I think Ozuna will go right here. 3-2, 1 out. Pretty good contact guy at the plate. Large human on deck.
Yeah, good combo for them. Well, he'll be holding. It's a base hit. Because he's holding, he won't go to third on that. So 2 extremely hard hit balls in front of Giancarlo Stanton.
Oh, good at bat right here by Christian Yelich. Got to a 3-2 count, and you see the knuckleball rotation. That means he squared it up perfect. Bullet right back up the middle. So Don Mattingly decided not to start the runner, but it didn't matter. Christian Yelich with a good at bat.
Stanton off to a 2-for-8 start with a homer and 3 RBIs. He's 2 for 12 career against Tanner Roark, who does not have blow him away kind of stuff. So this will be an interesting matchup here. Slider low and away.
That's not a weather report on the right. That's Giancarlo Stanton's power zone.
For pitchers, that's a storm. Then he goes inside, gets a strike. Right on the edge to even things up 1-1.
The Nats have had success, or I should say when they've had success with Giancarlo Stanton, it's right there. Crowd him in with the fastball, make him aware of that fastball, a borderline in off the plate, and then go slider back to the other side. We'll see if he doubles up with the fastball in.
Yeah, according to Pitch Track, generous call from Lance Barksdale.
And the reason you're doing that, Carp, is you don't want him to get extended. He can hit the ball out to any part of the ballpark. He's got 15 home runs in Nats Park in 38 games. So you want to crowd him. You don't want him to get extended. And you tease him with that fastball in. And he's thinking, I'm going to hit this a mile to the left. And then you drop that slider away after you've made him aware of that fastball in. And here they go. Too early to say fish wasn't biting?
Never.
All right.
Another long count. Three, 2, 1 out. 2 runners aboard. 2 guys who can move on the bases. Busted bat up the middle, and it's off the glove of Daniel Murphy. Just couldn't get tall enough for that one, and that might have left a couple of runners in no man's land. If he makes that catch, possible double play. Instead, bases loaded, 1 out.
Check out the pitch sequence. Tanner Roark versus Giancarlo Stanton. Goes fastball, slider away to fastball in, then doubles up with the fastball. Back to the slider. So you see him work it in fastball, out slider, and then the 3-2 pitch jams him, and he's so darn strong that he just throws that over Daniel Murphy's head. And I thought Murphy had a chance to catch that, maybe got caught on jumping off the wrong foot. But the Marlins in business here in the top of the first base is loaded, 1 out. And this is a guy with tons of success against Tanner Roark in the box.
Martin Prado. He's one of those guys who seems to get a couple of hits every time whoever he's playing for plays the Nats. He's 4 for 9 career against Roark.
I'll tell you what, if I'm Adam Conley in the Marlins dugout, I'm watching the inside corner to right-handers and how Lance Barksdale's given a couple of inches on that side. And not given anything on that side. I think pitch 2 is better than pitch 1. What do you think, Pitch Track? Agrees.
Umpire looking over that inside shoulder.
And I always talk to inanimate objects, by the way. It's just something I like to do.
And the big bender way outside.
See Tanner Roark stepping off the mound, right? He's trying to slow it down. Opening day start, full house, bases loaded, 1 out. Right out of the gate, he's having a red line going to his best pitches that is ideally as a starter you want to work your way into. But right now, he's fighting it. First inning.
Can't go to 3-1 here. And that's up the middle. The Marlins are on the board. Ozuna home. Yelich scooting home. Ballpark silent as Miami takes a 2-0 lead on 4 consecutive singles.
So now Martin Prado, 5 for 10 career off Tanner Roark. And if you're looking at the location of the fastballs, they've been belt high. So Roark really trying to fight right now the adrenaline rush of maybe your body getting ahead of your arm, the arm trailing, thus the pitch is up in the zone. And maybe that's what Mike Maddox is telling him right now. Deep breath, slow down. Always key on big games for pitchers and even position players to control that adrenaline rush. It's not a video game. Guys are amped up on opening day.
Doesn't get any easier with a power hitting first baseman, a Virginia kid by the name of Justin Bour. He homered against Roark last year, 2 for 6 career. Nats have a shift on with 3 men right side of the infield.
And I've been told that Justin Bour is hitting the ball the other way, so we'll see how this shift works out for the Nats.
This one is the other way, popped up into short left. Anthony Rendon has a better angle than Danny Espinosa, who was looking right back over the bill of his cap, and that's a very important second out. And then their young catcher, JT Realmuto. He's just 25, 259 in 126 games last year. Two for 5 career against Roark with a run batted in. Roark approaching 25 pitches. That ball is trouble. Right side. Zimmerman chasing. It's on the ground. Another run scores. Ryan gets the throw in. Other runners end up at second and third, and 3 for Miami in the first.
So a good pitch location-wise for Roark, but look at the height of the pitch. It's belt high. So if that pitch is down, it's a ground ball off the fist. But since it was belt high, he was able to fight it off. And then Ryan Zimmerman makes the mistake of just turning and throwing blindly to home with 2 outs. That ball was in the air so long, there's no chance you're going to get a runner. And enabled the batter runner, JT Realmuto, to get to second base. So now Tanner Roark really fighting it here in the top of the first, trying to keep it just a 3-0 lead.
Yeah, 5 hits out of the first 7 batters. Pitcher on deck. It is a single RBI, second on the throw. Echeverria off to a 2-for-7 start. Good breaking ball to the outside corner. Adeiny Echeverria will be 27 April 15th at 281 last year.
Dusty Baker has a lineup with firepower. 3-0 deficit in the top of the first inning. Not what he dreamed up of when he slept for an hour last night. But the lineup that he has is definitely capable of coming back.
2-2.
Michael Taylor thinking about that leadoff at bat for a while now.
Bryce will be up third. He's got some history on opening day in this ballpark against Miami. And a 2-2. Had him reaching. Echeverria did well to make contact.
Hey, he doesn't have to be aggressive here, even in a 2-strike count with the pitcher on deck. You know, Adam Conley with just a handful of major league at bats. First base open, 2 outs. Even though you got a 2-2 count, make him swing at your best pitch. Bounce a few if he wants to force the issue, fine. If not, even though you're at the 30 pitch count here in the first, you just don't want it to get any worse.
Right side, bat broke. Zimmerman broke for it, so Tanner's there to cover. And well played by Murphy and the pitcher. Big first inning for the Marlins. 3 runs on 5 hits. Tanner Roark's offense now trying to go to work. Nets hitting only .225 their first couple of games, but the timely hitting has been good. Daniel Murphy's been in the middle of all that, and as a Met, .294 here over the years and slugging well in 56 ball games. So he knows the batter's eye here. He knows the gaps. Kind of an advantage, a big one from playing in the same division. Then you get traded to a former rival. 25-year-old Adam Conley for the Fish.
Yeah, fastball 65% or 62% of the time, 91 miles an hour. Slider 85, changeup 84. Miami organizational pitcher of the year last year, posted a combined 13-4 record between AAA and the big leagues with a 3.00 ERA. He was 4-1 with the Marlins last year to 3.76. Let's set the defense for the Marlins behind Conley today. You've seen it before. Yelich, Ozuna, Stanton the outfield. Echeverria, Prado left side, Gordon Bohr right side, and JT Realmuto behind the plate.
Michael A. Taylor 0 for 6, but a big sac fly in the Atlanta series. Gets around late there, and it's 1-1.
Dusty Baker told Michael Taylor, hey, just because you're in the leadoff spot, I don't want you taking pitches. I want you to be aggressive up there. If you want to swing at the first pitch, swing at the first pitch. Why? Well, you got guys like Rendon, Harper, Zimmerman, and Worth behind you that will work a count.
Washington State University product, Adam Conley, 25 years of age. And Taylor guides it to the right side, right to D. Gordon.
Conley winning that 5th spot in spring training, allowed just 2 runs on 5 hits in 9 2/3 innings in spring. Had a 1.86 ERA. So he showed Don Mattingly that 5th slot in the rotation's all mine, and they're seeing if he can translate that spring training into a 32-start major league campaign.
Yeah, made 11 starts last year in his 15 appearances. Here's Anthony Rendon. A base hit, his first time up opening day in Atlanta. And now 1 for 8 with a base on balls. Lance Barksdale continues to like that inside corner.
So the Marlins got in about 1:30 last night, or this morning.
From Miami, huh?
The Nats got in about 2:30 this morning. So welcome to zombie baseball, folks. Everybody out there sleepless.
Rendon gets a good piece of this one. It's still going. That is off the base of the wall behind Ozuna. Strong throw into second. And there's Mr. Two Bags with a 1-out double in front of Bryce Harper. And that gets the crowd a little excited.
Well, there goes a no-hitter for Anthony Rendon. And here comes Bryce Harper.
The right fielder, number 34, Bryce Harper.
Bryce 2 for 7, a homer on opening day. 1 for 2 with a walk as the Nats faced Adam Conley once last year. That was here on August 28th.
Going with the black and gold for opening day. Gold cleats, black and gold batting gloves.
Two and 0.
So the Marlins have a shift with almost 3 guys on the right side, and Conley left on left pitching Bryce Harper down the way. We've seen him hit balls to shortstop a lot.
Any kind of ground ball with any pace is going to have an RBI attached to it. Way outside. And as the ball bounces high off the limestone back there, easily to third, Rendon on a 1-out wild pitch.
Well, you think Adam Conley, a handful of big league starts, a 3-run lead, that maybe that calms his nerves a little bit. But when you look at where he's been locating his fastball, maybe he's feeling it too. That one not near, and the Nats will take the free 90 feet. Now Bryce Harper with a chance to drive in a run without a hit.
Up and in. 2 on, 1 out with Ryan Zimmerman coming up. That's Bryce's 3rd walk already.
That pitch right there pretty much tells the story of Bryce Harper's 2015 season. He would have expanded his zone as a younger player just to drive in that run, get on top of that pitch, maybe hit a ground ball to shortstop, sacrificing that bat for an RBI. But last year, his strike zone discipline reminds me of the hitting coach of the Marlins, where he would just spit on everything and keep the line moving. And now the fact that he didn't ground out to shortstop, he's given Ryan Zimmerman a chance to tie this game with one swing. Take what the game gives you and don't force it has been the maturation process for the MVP.
Big spot early. Ryan takes one low and in. Zimmerman is 3 for 9. Looking for that first RBI of 2016. 1 for 2 in that game last August 28th here against the lefty Adam Conley. Two and 0. And a visit coming.
This is a good trip right here. Juan Nieves, pitching coach for the Marlins, going out there to try to calm down his young left-hander. He's starting to see it get away. He's rushing a little bit. Adrenaline getting the better part of him, not near in the strike zone. A walk to Bryce Harper, 2-0 to Ryan Zimmerman. A lot like Mike Maddox's trip to Tanner Roark, trying to settle down his young lefty. I like it.
Well, he's telling him you're one pitch away from being out of the inning. And the Nats are smelling runs here to get right back at Miami. He is not biting, and it's 3-0.
I'm going to say no on the green light, and I rarely say that. The reason why is he's struggling. Unless you hit it in the seats, I just don't think you help a guy out. If a guy's barely missing, he's shown command throughout the game, then you go 3-0 green light. I don't think you do it here.
Yeah, let him hang himself. He gets a low strike, 3-1.
Now you look for something middle in and try to turn the fan on him.
Yeah, right now for a day game at this time of the day, hitting ideal conditions. Cloudy, no shadows, and Zimmerman's walk loads the bases. Jason Worth also hunting for his first RBI. In fact, hunting his first base hit. So a huge spot for him.
This is where it's tough for a hitter. You're flipping coins in your head saying he could just groove one in there for me. He could just lay one right down the middle. I could be a hero. It's 4-3 Nats. Or do you make him find the strike zone and take a strike? It's the mind game that you go through as a hitter. Do I swing right now? Is he going to lay one right down the middle? Do I take?
Well, he was in between, so there's the mind game.
Well, he was swinging, and his eyes told him it was a strike when he started his swing, and then halfway through he realized that ball was going to be in off the plate, so he was thinking that he was going to lay it down a tee for him.
And before that first pitch, you saw something that Jason often does. Left-handed pitcher, he did not want the ball coming out of the umpire's body behind the pitcher. So he had Ted Barrett move over to the shortstop side. He was uncertain on that, but he didn't go around. Will Little says no on the appeal. He held. '86 upstairs.
He's looking for 597 in 597.
One-two, and that's off the plate.
It's not a lefty thumber. He's throwing 96, folks. This guy's getting it up there.
Former second rounder 5 years ago. Here's the at bat. Everything jamming Jason Worth here. Pitch number 5 target was in there too. 2 outs on the swing and miss. It's up to Daniel Murphy in a lefty-lefty matchup.
Just
How about Monday for Murph?
Well, just another Murphy Monday? We're going to say that?
I like it.
His first official at-bat is in that. He went straight away center field after walking his first time up. Then he decides to go the other way for the game winner. So Daniel Murphy, opening day, 2 for 3. Home run, double.
And a strike here. Staying in there, and Murphy pulls it to the end of the Nats dugout. Murphy 2 for 7. You saw both of his hits and both of his RBIs. He has struck out twice, walked twice, facing Adam Conley for the first time.
It's going to be a bullpen game.
Yeah. Sky's darkening. 1-2 pitch. Murphy launches one to right. Stanton going back over his head. This will clear the bases and tie the game. It's a triple for Daniel Murphy. Well, he's hit for the cycle, except he doesn't have a single this year. And a big 2-out RBI hit.
I mean, that's been the difference in Daniel Murphy from 2015 to this year. He got on the plate last year as a New York Met. He was sick of flipping the ball to left field. He said, I'm going to start driving the baseball and make the ball be closer to me. He looks for one pitch in one spot, and when he gets it, he talks about getting off his ace swing. You see the emotion from Daniel Murphy, and he just woke up about 40,000 fans here at Nats Park, tying this ball game at 3. What a swing.
Skies darkening, outlook brightening as we're tied 3-3, bottom of the first, with Wilson Ramos in there. He hit a solo homer against Conley last year. That's in there, no balls, 2 strikes. So Daniel Murphy has 5 RBIs in just over 2 ball games. .39th career triple. Ramos takes a nasty pitch that rings him up on the inside edge. What a great comeback for the Nats. The rookie pitcher in his first full season could not get the shutdown inning, and Daniel Murphy makes him pay. 3-3. A great impression on your new teammates, and then when you go home, on your new fans. Murphy's done that. 3-3 after 1. And for the Marlins, top of the second, Conley, Gordon, Ozuna. It's really dark out to the north and the northwest of us. Each pitcher with 31 pitches. Tanner 19 strikes. Adam Conley only 15.
We got
Ball
a
one.
good old-fashioned slugfest.
Mother Nature might have a slugfest of her own.
It's gonna rain. Just for a minute, though.
Pitch up, slips it by Conley, who was 4 for 18 with an RBI last year. First inning started in fine fashion when Tanner was able to pop up Dee Gordon. As FP said, that's the one guy you want to pitch up. Then the Marlins had 5 singles in their next 6 batters. Low in the zone, 2-2.
Well, if you're Tanner Roark, you get a press reset. Start this one all over again. Scratch that first inning, and here we go. But if my bootleg weather report is correct, he might really get a reset.
Right in there, inside edge. First strikeout. That's how the top of the second gets underway. Nissan will track it.
Just a fastball down the middle. Nothing really to analyze there.
Well said.
To get the sponsor in.
Here's Dee Gordon. And you might have seen the target by Ramos. That target was set up and in. Tanner went too tall with it, maybe too far in. Up 2-0.
It just looks like from pitch one, Tanner's been feeling for it, trying to find his release point, find his mechanics. It's been a work in progress. Every single pitch, he's been making adjustments, and he hasn't really found the right recipe yet. And he's usually, in the past, especially in 2014, really good at figuring things out on the fly in the middle of a start, which is tough to do when you talk to starters.
3-1 pitch. Well, Lance Barksdale likes the inside corner, not the out. So you put one of the best base stealers in baseball on with 1 out, first inning, second inning, second time around in the order now.
We need a bat boy
on the visiting side.
Yeah, we have a bat laying there unattended to.
He was out at first base.
There we go. We got it.
Bringing a was he bringing the jacket to the pitcher or just some
well, if Dee Gordon's pitching, we got news.
No. Okay, I don't know, maybe a shin guard to pick up.
I mean, if Dee Gordon's pitching, we're gonna be here a while.
Yeah, that'd be ugly. Here's Ozuna, base hit to left. Big lead,
and we might be here a while anyways.
Dee Gordon 58 stolen bases last year. Got to be careful with this Marcell Ozuna. We saw him last time. First pitch, he was hacking and he hit it over Jason Worth's head. Hit it so hard he only got a single after the carom off the wall. Lower throw.
So we talk about it all the time. The throwover is not meant to pick a guy off. It's meant to see if he's going. And if you look at the Nats coaching staff on the top step, they're all looking at Dee Gordon. Nobody looking at Tanner Roark or the hitter. They're seeing if Dee Gordon's going. Chris Spire looking at Gordon. Bob Henley, Davey Lopes, all checking out the base runner on first base.
Roark held it, and he had the base runner fooled. Gordon did a little shoulder drop back toward first base as Tanner threw that pitch. Strike one.
So all those guys, Dusty, Mike Maddox, Chris Spire, are going to watch Dee Gordon right here. Chris Spire controlling the running game. See how he's looking at the base runner? He's seeing if he's going. That's where his attention is right now. And you're looking for a jab step to second. Maybe a little lean going. Is he tipping off that he's stealing? So it allows me to pitch out and defend the steal. Dusty Baker will pitch out. You didn't see it a lot with the Nats the last couple years, but he'll do it.
Target is outside half. Right there it is. 0-2. After a long hold, he throws it, and Ramos smothers it. I don't think Dee Gordon's been able to get a read on Tanner Roark here.
Well, he's done a nice job of varying his tempo, holding it, maybe quick pitching, a couple throwovers. So doing all he can to keep Gordon close. But this is a great count to run if you're Dee Gordon. Usually an off-speed pitch.
And this guy's a fastball hitter. 1-2 with one out. Gordon holding, and a bounce to short. Espinosa charges. Take the sure out. He did. Dee Gordon to second. Out number 2.
Nice play by Danny Espinosa. Got a tricky little hop. This week only, T-Mobile customers can get a free season-long subscription to MLB.tv Premium. Go to T-Mobile.com/MLB to sign up now and catch every moment on America's fastest-growing LTE network.
Christian Yelich, second of their 4 consecutive singles last inning. Ozuna pulled it, but Yelich went up the middle. Stanton slightly the other way. And then Prado up the middle for their base hits.
It's about to open up.
Yeah, it almost seems as if we're completely surrounded by rain clouds here.
Close the roof, quick.
I'm a little surprised the grounds crew's not poised between the tarp and the wall over there.
Yeah, it's gonna dump here in a second.
So that's from left field, kind of looking toward the third base side and panning toward the home plate area. 1-1 with 2 outs. Here comes the wind.
You better move your computer.
Yep. You're going to see some fans scrambling here in a second. Wind whipping into the ballpark. Two balls and 1 strike with 2 outs. And Roark misses up and in with a fastball.
This is where you'd think they'd put the tarp on right now and try to head this thing off at the pass.
The 3-1 pitch. Roark walks him, and that means Giancarlo Stanton with 2 outs. Now the grounds crew all poised down there, first base side.
It's not their call, though. It's the umpire's call.
Exactly. Once the game starts, and that's the crew chief, Ted Barrett, who's at second base.
They have all the new rules. They should have the umpires with a cell phone and a weather app. Why not? Because if they're seeing what I'm seeing, it's going to get ugly here in a matter of seconds.
Stanton takes a strike to the outer half of the plate. Yeah, we've seen about 4 different climates here today. Rain really coming down. Stanton late for that one.
That umbrella's got none chance against that wind.
Oh, 2. Roark gets a chopper. Who's on the charge? It's Murphy in front of Espinosa. Daniel plays it well. So they get it to the bottom of the second inning. Ted Barrett, the crew chief, is running in to visit with John Turnauer. We'll see how things go here. Wind here at Nationals Park. Just a moment ago, this is the unrolling of the tarp. They got the home plate area covered. Didn't cover the mound before the big tarp came in. And right now, as folks head up to where the concourse is and back under cover, the grounds crew using their body weight right now to hold down the tarp until they can get the stakes in, because it's windy, and when air gets under that thing, it can do just about anything. So the official start of the rain delay is at 4:50. So we had, what, 44 minutes of baseball, a long inning and a half. That was a big out that Tanner Roark got to retire Giancarlo Stanton, and Daniel Murphy made a fine play.
It's just kind of one blob moving through. We should be okay in about 30 minutes.
Okay.
Some pop-up showers behind it.
I mean, these guys put in untold hours at the ballpark when the fans are here and when the fans are not here. And then this is the part of the job that we see that is not very glamorous, where these guys, under John Turnauer's great leadership, really do their yeoman work.
It's going to be one of those days. There's some stuff out in Harrisonburg moving this way. It's going to be on and off, and that's just how it goes this time of year. Still got baseball. It's opening day, and they'll get this one in.
Let's go back to the bottom of the first inning. Bases were loaded with 2 outs. Jason Worth had just struck out, and Daniel Murphy, lefty-lefty matchup, FP, and he almost got all of it. It was enough to tie the game.
Well, he missed a grand slam by about 5 feet, and good teams pick each other up, so Jason Worth couldn't get the runs in, but Daniel Murphy got a hanging slider. And I love the react at third base. Caught it out front, just missed a grand slam, tied it up. And a lot better to have a tarp on the infield in a 3-3 game than a 3-0 game. So big knock again by Daniel Murphy. How clutch has he been in 3 games?
Fantastic. Tanner Roark, long outings so far, 54 pitches, 31 strikes in 2 innings, 3 runs, 5 hits. Adam Conley, he didn't exactly get the shutdown inning the Marlins were looking for. He threw 31 pitches, 15 strikes in that bottom of the first inning, and gave up 3 runs on 2 hits. The walks to Harper and Zimmerman hurt him. We've got more. We'll be talking baseball here. Who knows how long on opening day at home. That's okay. Out of Atlanta, safe and sound at Nationals Park.
play, a comeback to the pitcher, a bunt defense, all that stuff is second nature to him, where maybe when he was playing third, he really had to think, where do I have to be right now? Second base, same thing. Obviously, the outfield and first base when he played there. So now you're really, I guess, stressing, for lack of a better word, on defense, and now at his more familiar shortstop, it's no stress.
Parts of 5 years in the big leagues for the right-hander David Phelps, who takes over. Former Yankee, and he is in his third year with the Miami Marlins. He's 29. Originally from St. Louis, pitched at Notre Dame. Yankees drafted him in the 4th round back in 2008, and he takes over here tonight.
For most of his career at the Yankees, he was kind of a swing man. He threw between 80 and 120 pitches per season, spot starts, bullpen. 2015, the Marlins predominantly made him a starter. He's a 3-pitch guy. Fastball average is 92, cutter 88, curveball 78. And can we play baseball, please?
Yes, sir. Nats box, it's all in 1 inning. Taylor lined out, Rendon a double. Harper and Zimmerman walk, loading the bases after Worth struck out. Murphy cleared the bags, and then Ramos called out on strikes. So Danny Espinosa waits a long, long time for his first at bat tonight.
Yeah, but he didn't have to talk for 2 hours.
We could fill a week.
We could. Could interview the tarp if I had to. Or Teddy.
Danny off to a great start. He's 3 for 7. So we're going to get this thing underway at 6:16. And Danny rips one. So that's a 1 hour and 26-minute rain delay. And Tanner Roark awaiting his first AB as well. Kind of unusual. He's out there warming up to come back into the game, but he's got to bat first.
If I know Danny like I think I do, he took 4,000 swings in the cage during this rain delay.
Target in. He'll skip out of the way of that 1-1. Danny Espinosa, a strikeout, a walk.
There's the witness relocation scoreboard pick. Spring training beard gone.
2-1 pitch. Off to the left. And I think it's interesting to note right here to look at the Marlins defense, especially in the outfield. Danny Espinosa from this side of the plate uses the entire field. They don't really play him that much one way or the other. In fact, Ozuna shaded just about 8 feet toward left center, but they respect Danny's line drive ability to the entire park. That's inside, 3-2.
Don Mattingly looks good in that uniform, but it's just weird seeing him without pinstripes on, period. I think he looks better in Marlins uni than he did in Dodgers uni. I'll just say that.
Great at bat by Danny Espinosa. And it's interesting now that of the Nats' first 8 batters, 3 of them have walked, and they have 2 other hits. So here's Roark with a great opportunity to sacrifice a runner over early in the game. Tanner has 14 career sacrifice bunts. Perfect. First base line, Justin Bour to D. Gordon. Well done. Now you can go take a seat.
Kind of like that. Little loosen upper. You know, he was sitting around for a while. Get out, get the blood flow again, get a sacrifice bunt down, some high fives. Start to feel good about yourself, get back on that mound, and kind of a do-over for Tanner Roark, who gave up 3 in the first. Gets to start this one all over again. Adam Conley doesn't have that luxury.
Runner in scoring position, 1 out for Michael A. Taylor. Michael's still looking for his first base hit of the year. He hit a line drive to the second baseman first time, and that's on the inside edge.
That's that cutter.
Six official at bats, 3 strikeouts. Big key for Michael this year in his second big league season. More contact, and that'll equal a lot of damage. Had him reaching on that one, a fly ball for Giancarlo Stanton. He'll get behind it, have some momentum coming forward. Espinosa not going anywhere, 2 outs.
Nats Park, Saturday, April 9th. Marlins in town. You get a free t-shirt if you're 21 and over and you're the first 20,000 fans. It's presented by Budweiser. Visit nationals.com to purchase your tickets today. Did not see the Clydesdales in the opening ceremonies. I think they were like right out around center field. Maybe it was too wet.
Now when they brought the flag out, there were 2 of them, one on each side of the gate out there in center field, but they did not make their parade onto the field.
They didn't.
A little disappointed in that, but it was great to see them at the ballpark, and they've been around town a couple days.
I kind of want to see him get stuck. I did.
Well, there were a lot of first responders in the ballpark today for the ceremonies, and I'm sure they could have taken care of business for us, as they always do.
Hook him up to a winch and pull him out of the outfield.
But our welcome to the King of Beers, and Bryce is on deck. Budweiser and Anheuser-Busch, the primary beer sponsor now at Nationals Park. Anthony Rendon. He hit a ball over Christian Yelich for a double first time up, and he takes a breaking ball that's close. 1 ball, 1 strike. One final today. Reds beat the Phillies. A barrage of home runs for both ball clubs in a 10-run outburst by Cincinnati. A 10-6 final. Rendon looks at his strike. Marlins just played interleague against the Tigers. Their first 2 games they lost at home. Other National League game in progress. Dodgers at the Giants today. 4-3 5th inning on a beautiful Bay Area Thursday afternoon. Cubs at Arizona tonight, and that's it for the National League. Anthony Rendon likes Miami pitching.
This could be a, what do you want to do with 2 strikes, or do you want to change up the signs because a middle infielder's been standing on second base for a while. Generally speaking, middle infielders will pick up sequences a lot quicker than most catchers when they're standing on second base, because they're always looking in when they're standing on defense too. So maybe Espinosa's seeing something, or at least JT Realmuto thinking that. Pretty good pitch.
Wow, just missing. 2-2. Mercedes-Benz will track it.
I'll say this, Lance Barksdale has a tiny zone so far today, and if you're a hitter on either side, if you're patient, there's a good chance you're going to get into a hitting count.
Yeah, he's not giving the outside corner at all. Saw that from the very first inning today. That's way outside. 3-2. No pitcher in baseball wants to walk anybody with 2 outs in front of Bryce Harper.
Yeah, needless to say, it's a big pitch coming for both sides.
Fastball. Got him with 93. That's it for the Nats in the bottom of the second. We're finally back playing baseball after a nearly hour-and-a-half pause. Wonderful intro to the game today. And first pitches were thrown out today from Prince Williams County Police Department officers Jesse Hempen and David McEwen. Thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate it, and great to have them represented here from Prince William County. Top of the third. Tanner Roark's 55th pitch in his 32nd strike. Martin Prado. That's a beautiful breaking ball.
Not too many times a major league pitcher do you get to press pause in an outing where you're not maybe happy with your first inning and get to go in, look at video, talk to your pitching coach, and make the adjustments and just slow the whole thing down. You're thinking that Tanner Roark is going to be much more sharp than he was earlier in the game. Like we said earlier, he's really good at making the adjustments on the fly, but even more so you'd think with the rain delay and time to go in and look at the video and find out what he might have been doing wrong early. Or it could have been simple as he was just jacked up on opening day.
1-2 pitch. Prado rips another base hit. He's been doing this to the Nats since '07 when he broke in with Atlanta, then Arizona for a couple of years, and 288 with the Marlins last year. He's just a tough out. 291 career hitter.
I mean, a two-seam fastball on the inside part of the plate, just pulls his hands in, barrel to the baseball. Very simple approach, gets the foot down early.
Here's Justin Bour. He popped up to Anthony Rendon right after Prado's base hit. There's a check swing. That's a double play because it took Bour forever to get out of the batter's box. Tanner Roark engineers a 1-6-3.
Good feed to Danny Espinosa. Good pick by Ryan Zimmerman to complete the double play. But Roark, one of the better fielding pitchers in all of baseball. Tremendous athlete. Gives Espinosa a good feed, who throws a nasty sinker to Ryan Zimmerman. And watch Zimmerman with the pick. Good slide into second base by Martin Prado. Right to the base. No deviation, no grabbing ankles, no rolling, no going by the bag, no altering your routes.
Said nothing to insult the shortstop.
Straight in the bag, run off the field.
Here's the catcher, JT Realmuto. And he had that ball that just flared over Ryan Zimmerman's head for another RBI back in that first inning.
Good changeup. So
the big thing for Tanner here, an attempt to put a couple of zeros on the board.
Watch him fade this changeup under the hands. I love the inside changeup. I think pitchers should throw it more often. As a hitter, you see fastball all the way on that pitch. You see something straight and inside as a pitcher your whole life, it's been a fastball. The reason guys don't throw it in there, they're scared it's going to come back over the plate onto a barrel, but I think it's a good pitch.
Two-two pitch. That's a great breaking ball. Danny Espinosa to his left. Probably a base hit either way. Realmuto is a catcher who stole 8 bases last year, and at his age he can move it at 25. It's a base hit all the way.
Yeah, perfectly placed by the Marlins catcher. Just puts it in play. Espinosa trying for the spin move and use that big arm of his. Couldn't come up with that. That's really the only chance he had. Look where he was shading Realmuto. He was playing him way over in the 5.5 hole, so he had a long way to go for that.
Had to bring in a Danny Echeverria, who was the last out of the first inning with a ground ball to Daniel Murphy. 93 right in there.
I'm serious. We need a RoboCam in the Nats dugout and get a sponsor and have the Dusty Cam all season. I'm telling you, his reactions are worth the price of admission, especially when his team's going good. Just keep a camera locked on him. I don't think he'd be like, FP, come on. No, but seriously, I think fans love that kind of stuff. Talk about baseball being more exciting and showing your personality. He's exactly what the doctor ordered.
Runner going, swing and a miss. Ramos short with it. The ball hit Murphy, then the runner. And that's going to be the Nationals' first error of the year, as Wilson Ramos' throw got away from Murphy, and then Danny Espinosa could not recover. Runner at third, 2 outs. Steal and an error.
Not that big a deal with 2 outs that Real Muto goes to third base. 1 out, no outs, that's a bigger deal. But Espinosa, who is backing up, the throw kicks off and watch Danny slip. And when you empty the tarp behind the infield, that's where all the water goes, right on the edge of the grass, and Espinosa couldn't keep his feet. That allowed the Marlins catcher to get to third.
0-2 to the number 8 hitter.
And one of the best number 8 hitters in baseball, by the way, last year.
Yeah. How about a number 8 guy who hits .281 for you?
Yeah. Comfortable down there. What a luxury for Don Mattingly to have a guy that, I don't know if he likes to hit there, but is productive there. I don't think anybody likes to hit 8th. And, you know, for those of you new to baseball that don't know, it's a chance for a pitcher to really just kind of throw his best pitch that aren't strikes, balls that look like strikes, off speed and hitting counts. And there's that fine line as an 8th guy. Do I expand my strike zone and try to drive in a run? I get Wilson Ramos in the hand. He's got his hand out there. Yeah, right off the thumb.
Wow.
This will show it. Ooh.
Broke the skin. Jose Lobaton feeling his pain.
That one could have been serious. Yeah, look at him wincing back there.
1 ball and 2 strikes. And you thought that the count going to 0-2 and then the runner getting over to third with 2 outs might be Roark just teasing Echeverria. The rest of this at bat with the pitcher on deck. A pitcher who's had 40 career at bats. The Nats pitch to the number 8 man and they pay for it. That's that National League game we talk about all the time. Who do you want to face, number 8 or the pitcher? And it's 4-3 Miami.
Well, you're caught between a rock and a hard place when you get to an 0-2 count, because now you start to think, well, I'd love for the pitcher to lead off the 4th inning, and if I can get this guy out, it's kind of like a 2-out inning. But Echeverria, who we chronicled, is real good in that 8th spot, comes through big for the Marlins to make it 4-3. Nice job of fighting his hands inside the baseball and working that pitch up the middle. Bat died a hero.
David Phelps, 4 for 40 as a big league hitter. It's good breaking ball down and away. No balls, 2 strikes. So Tanner Roark's been hittable today. In fewer than 3 innings, he's now given up 7 hits. A couple of walks in the second. Ironically, with the walks, they did not score in the second. But 3 more hits here, so it's actually 8 base hits now. And a 1-2 is right down the middle. That's it for the top of the 3rd. Marlins pick up a run on 3 hits, a steal and an error. Here comes Bryce. He represents the tying run.
Hey! Flex plan, the choice is yours. Pick 4 games starting at just $80, and we'll throw in a free Nats grill item. You get that the spatula treatment over there, or that baseball barbecue. I want that. Visit nationals.com/flex to buy your Flex plan today. We could put that barbecue in the booth maybe, and barbecue some hot dogs for you, Bob, during the game. Is that fire hazard maybe?
Nothing like dogs sizzling on the grill. And a sizzling hitter stepping in, bottom of the 3rd inning. Let's go inside the numbers with Jeep. So in April and May, guys who come out of spring training and just start slugging. Look at the names that Bryce Harper gets his name on another list. It's just unbelievable. The company he's keeping early in his career.
And the last 2 guys are in the ballpark today. Barry Bonds, if you don't know, the hitting coach for the Miami Marlins. Bryce Harper with some rarefied company. Look at that. Babe Ruth, Jimmy Fox, Ted Williams, Mark McGwire, Barry Bonds, and Bryce Harper. And there's Barry. And there's Bryce.
Harper 0 for 1 career against David Phelps. 17 pitches, 9 strikes for him to throw a scoreless 2nd with a walk. Bryce walked and scored his first time up after the Rendon double, before the Zimmerman walk, and then 1 out before the Murphy bases clearing triple. Harper got jammed. This is a race to the bag. Played well by D. Gordon, who got him by maybe less than a step.
Anytime as a hitter you get jammed with an inside pitch, it's just that little extra click you don't get out of the box, and I think that might have cost Bryce Harper an infield single. Got out pretty quick though. Check that. D. Gordon just making a really nice play. D. Gordon, the Gold Glove 2nd baseman last year in the National League. Batting title, Silver Slugger, Gold Glove, Lou Brock Award winner for leading the league in stolen bases with 58. The 2nd National League player ever to lead the league in hits, average, and stolen bases. So
what you're telling me is he had
good.
205 hits, and they probably took another 50 away from other teams with that Gold Glove. I mean, unbelievable season. I don't know about 50, but a lot.
Yeah.
Here's Zimmerman. Ryan takes a breaking ball in there. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Seriously, it's been a week today. You woke up, it was pouring. You drove to the ballpark in the rain. Then the sun came out and it was beautiful. Then it got cloudy before the game. Then we had a rain delay, and now it's beautiful again. That's like a week of weather in one day.
And I'll say one thing. It's cooled off about 15 degrees since the start of that rainstorm.
He's not cool, though.
60 game time. It's probably in the high 40s or maybe around 50 right now.
I'm trying to think of an opening day where there's been so many different variations in the weather.
Yeah, 54 right now in the district. That's a perfect pitch. And again, that outside corner is not available from Lance Barksdale to these pitchers tonight.
A couple things. Barksdale has a small strike zone, but I don't think he likes to ring guys up. If you stand there today, you're going to get into a 2-0, 2-1 count.
Yeah.
His strike zone is super small.
An old broadcast partner of mine, Steve Busby, who does play-by-play for the Rangers. A pitch like that, I saw it on a game they were doing yesterday, where half the ball was off the zone and half was inside the zone. He called that splitting the outside corner. I thought that was a great way to put it. And that's what Phelps did on that pitch a moment ago, that 2-2 pitch. Didn't get the call. 3-2 to Zimmerman. Got a breaking ball. That's fair. Into the left field corner. It'll get deep into the corner where Yelich will have to retrieve it. Ryan digging for 2, and he will be there with 1 out here in the 3rd inning. So Ryan Zimmerman now 4 for 10 on the year.
Got 3-2 slider right there, just kind of hung out over the plate. Ryan Zimmerman caught it out front for a 1-out double. And then just things get weird down the corner. Christian Yelich, who's played tons of games in left field here at Nats Park, kind of gets fooled by the corner. Great shot right there. of getting the ball down the corner. Then watch the throw. He just chunks it almost into the Marlins dugout. D. Gordon diving for it. Guys diving all over. Tried to play that into a triple.
That's Ryan's first extra base hit of the year. Here's Jason Worth, a bat the Nats need to get going. He's 0 for 9 to start the season.
It's a good time to check in.
Get the game back tied, just like the Nats did quickly in the bottom of the first. That ball way inside, and Worth able to turn on it and get wood on it without breaking his bat.
After seeing Jason Worth for 5 years, I mean, I think a huge part of his game, and Nats fans know this, is the strike zone. His knowledge of the strike zone, and when he's seeing the ball good, you know, he's as good as Bryce Harper in deciphering balls and strikes. But there's times that he goes through these spells where he just decides he's going to swing and has trouble seeing the baseball and deciding whether it's a ball or a strike. You don't see it too often, but when you do, he's ultra aggressive, and I think we've seen that early in the season from Jason. He's going up there trying to do some damage, and maybe doesn't have his strike zone locked in to where we've seen it in the past.
Target in. Worth last year got hurt on May 19th, actually on the 16th. They put him on the DL 3 days later, and then he only played in 88 ball games, 331 at bats. High and tight, but not for the umpire. Lance Barksdale rings him up. Second K for David Phelps.
I don't know if this cutter came back, but it's obvious that Lance Barksdale sees one side of the plate better than the other. Wow. And it's been that side all day.
Not that close.
I think the reason Jason Worth really didn't put up a fuss right there is because he knows he swung at a couple of balls before that. He'll lock in. It's just a matter of time.
Murphy gets to face a right-hander here. Daniel Murphy 6 for 11 with an RBI against David Phelps, and the reason he's got so many at-bats against him is because the Mets played the Yankees every year, home and home. Phelps most of his career with the Yankees before Miami.
You gonna pitch to him here? I'm not. He'll let the Buffalo beat me.
Yeah.
Murphy's locked in, so is Wilson Ramos, but you get the right-on-right matchup with Wilson.
Got some unhappy hitters right now.
Little cut fastball from David Phelps, just gets the corner on pitch track. I don't think Murphy liked it.
Inner half, you better be hacking. Going in there again. Now that one had great swing back action. Strike two.
Phelps is hitting some spots. Forget the open base. He's going after Murphy. I didn't think he was gonna. The Nats, the times they had success with Daniel Murphy, crowded him when he was a Met. They pounded him inside and they made him really think about pulling the baseball. I don't think they ever really showed him anything away. It was just in. But as we saw in his first at-bat, he can beat you in there.
Nasty breaking ball. Takes a while for Real Muto to get a hold of it. That's it for the Nats in the bottom of the third. Zimmerman a one-out double. He is the third runner stranded in a 4-3 game. Baseball brought to you by the RAV4 Hybrid, quickly moving through the streets of the district. All-wheel drive and unexpected performance. Visit buyatoyota.com today.
That's paint.
Opening day 2016 on the field on both sides, and this ball game roaring into the fourth inning with Gordon, Ozuna, and Yelich coming up. Here's our next five. Tom Kohler against the Nats on Saturday, and the Nationals will play the Marlins on Sunday. Then the Braves will be here for 4. You're looking at 3 of them in a series commencing on Monday. So that's Joe Ross Saturday, Max Scherzer on his regular turn back out there Sunday afternoon. D. Gordon to pop up and a walk. Tries to just kind of lag a bunt down the third base side. Rendon was on the charge. Tanner Roark in 3 innings has thrown over 75 pitches.
Does he have a hood on, but it's not a hoodie? It's not attached to anything, but there's a hood?
I guess.
I think he does.
When you're the batting champ, perfect fastball there.
I mean, it's hanging off the back like a sweatshirt hood, but it's not attached in the front to anything. There's space between. See?
Could be a whole new thing here.
It's like a scarf hood.
Gordon 6 for 12 to start the season with a base on balls today. Roark, a backdoor breaking ball. Hot shot. Danny Espinosa. How much do you like watching him throw from short to first?
I just screamed in the talk back to the truck. That's a seed.
Wow.
Give me, okay, Dusty Cam in the dugout. Then I want a radar gun behind first base for Danny Espinosa all year. Watch him throw this. Boom. Right on the money. Good swing by D. Gordon. This will give you a good look at it. Boom. Yeah, right where the camera well is. We need a radar gun down there. I'm going to say unofficially 104.
You see D. Gordon smiling. He just saw what we're talking about. He hit that ball hard, and he had to be thinking, wow, what an arm that is. Here's Marcell Ozuna, 1 for 2. Good breaking ball by Tanner Roark. Ozuna played 33 games in the minor leagues last year as the Marlins tried to straighten him out. He ended up hitting .259 in 123 ball games, but he hit 13 home runs fewer than he did the year before when he knocked 23 out of the ballpark in 2014. Swing and a foul tip and a strikeout. Number 3 for Tanner.
Elevated fastball by design. And Ozuna looked like he might have been thinking off speed, saw the fastball, and it was too late.
Christian Yelich on base twice, reaping the benefits of hitting in front of Giancarlo Stanton. Base hit, and then a walk in the second. Roark working quickly now, really stepping up his pace. This is the only inning of the ball game when he hasn't been off the stretch against the second or third hitters in the inning.
A couple things that tells me is that he's getting more comfortable. You know, when you're not comfortable as a pitcher, you're thinking about things, you're taking longer between pitches. And if he's getting it and going, that's usually his trademark. Tanner Roark starts, get it and go, let's do this.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Well inside. And the backdoor breaking ball is fouled. Christian Yelich is under contract for this year and 5 more after this. Marlins locked him up long term. Former #1 draft pick, 23rd player taken 6 years ago. Out of Westlake High School, Southern California. .284 2 years ago, .300 last year, but he was hurt. Here's the 3-2. And there's the dreaded walk in front of Stanton for the 2nd time in a row. Tanner Roark, 3rd walk of the game.
Two to Yelich. He's been on base 3 times.
Stanton is 1 for 2 with a broken bat single and a ground ball. Shift on. Again. Last time up in the rain and the wind, Murphy, who's playing on the left field side of second base, charged in to throw him out. We never saw shifts against right-handed batters until just a couple of years ago. And that's why. Right where a second baseman would usually be. And the runners are at first and second with 2 outs.
Pretty good pitch by Tanner Roark. Yeah, anytime you keep Giancarlo Stanton in the ballpark, you're doing a good job. And this is just a routine grounder to where Mr. Invisible is playing. I'm telling you, that has an effect on pitchers more than when the shift works. I'll bet you everything I own.
Two for 2, Martin Prado. Marlins have 9 hits with 2 outs in the 4th inning. In 3 of the 4 innings, Tanner has retired the first batter.
A little action in the Nats bullpen all of a sudden. Guys scrambling down there.
Sean Kelly. Uncertain swing. 1-2.
This guy double up on the slider. Pretty good take by Prado. I don't know how much that missed by.
Martin Prado with 2 hits today. 6 of 11 career against Tanner Roark with 4 RBIs. There's Mercedes with the at bat. Yeah, that pitch not that far. But there's nothing on the outside corner today. In terms of called strikes.
It's a good foul ball by Prado. 2 strikes. He saw that sinker starting to run back. Didn't want to wait around and see if Lance Barksdale was going to call it a strike, so he went emergency hack, fouls it off, and buys himself another chance. When we say tough out, that's what I mean. A guy that fouls off borderline pitches with 2 strikes until he gets something he can handle.
And when a guy like that's locked in, the only way he makes an out is with a sharp one right at somebody. Rendon with a high throw to Murphy, but a 0 on the board, and that's all that matters. Nats here in the bottom of the 4th inning, and with Tanner Roark having already thrown 99 pitches, you would think Ramos, Espinosa, then a pinch hitter. 4-3 ball game. The Marlins have out hit the Nats 9-3. But thanks to that first inning rally, the Nats very much in the game. Wilson Ramos leads off against David Phelps, who's come out and thrown 2 scoreless innings, giving up a walk and a double. 3 strikeouts. Wilson Ramos is 1 for 3 career against him. Wilson off to a great start, 4 for 10 with an RBI.
He just looks more balanced this year than last year. He's got his feet up underneath him a little more close. He doesn't have that open stance. He and Rick Schuh looking at tapes when maybe he had a little more success at the plate, and he wasn't quite as open, so he doesn't have as far to go with his stride as he did last year. When you look at his lower half, you remember his left foot was on that line.
Jammed down to third, and Prado knows he has plenty of time. Didn't know we'd be doing the 7 o'clock reset in the bottom of the 4th inning after an hour and 26-minute rain delay that took place middle of the 2nd. We're back to action here. Danny Espinosa, the number 8 hitter for the Nats, here, the home opener.
When we talk about this game is going to be a bullpen game, come down to bullpens. I'm thinking this game comes down to who has the strongest coffee. And both teams got in late last night. You have the long rain delay. Although adrenaline this early in the season in front of your home crowd for the first time could take over as you look at Yasmiro Petit getting loose.
That was Kelly earlier, now Petit. Well, Tanner is on deck. As I mentioned, he's at 99 pitches. Could be a decoy by Dusty. We'll see. May depend on what Danny does here, whether he's on or not. Clint Robinson waiting to pinch hit. Breaking ball, well hit to right, and right at Giancarlo Stanton. Danny Espinosa getting great hacks early in the season here. Roark goes back, and here comes the pinch hitter. Dusty, all kind of things going on. It's not going to be Robinson, it's going to be Stephen Drew.
I think there's different scenarios. You know, Dusty's the kind of guy that'll have everybody ready, and he'll say, you know, if Espinosa reaches, you're hitting. If it's 2 outs, nobody on, you're hitting. So that's why you saw Clint Robinson ready, Stephen Drew ready.
Stephen Drew, 33 years of age, had a birthday middle of March. Coming off a 201 season with the Yankees, but he hit 17 homers. 251 career hitter, broke in with the Diamondbacks in 07. In fact, that year, he set a shortstop RBI record with Arizona when he drove in 60. Pretty good pop. Pops that one to center. Right there is Ozuna. Nats go 1-2-3. This one into the 5th inning. Up to the bullpens now in a 4-3 game. got the rug. Is he going to pull it out from under someone? How about all of them?
Right in the puddle, too. Wear that. And then Teddy wins the first race. Is this boiler bigger this year?
I don't know, but it got to the tape first.
Yeah, he's got a little punch there. He needs to tighten it up, do some sit-ups, lock it in.
Geico President's Race, only 80 to go. With a couple of exhibition appearances in Pittsburgh included, actually on top of that. Here's Yusmeiro Petit, the 31-year-old right-hander. With the Giants, parts of the last 4 years, the memorable playoff appearance against the Nats in this ballpark in Game 2, 2014, when he pitched 6 scoreless innings on 1 hit in that marathon game. Justin Bour leads off against him. How to play left side.
Petit fastball, slider, curveball change. Fastball averages 89. And didn't feel like Justin Bour hit about 10 home runs against the Nats last year?
Seemed like it.
He was locked in. Where's he from, Bob?
He is from Centerville, Virginia.
Where did he go to school?
Chantilly High School.
College?
Actually, Westfield High School, Chantilly, Virginia. George Mason. There's a play at second. Why do you run on him? But the throw got away from Danny Espinosa. And it was more than a short hop. And that throw was in plenty of time to get Justin Bour, who will get a double out of that.
Tough pick for Danny Espinosa. This ball's got a little hair on it from Bryce Harper. You know he's got one of the best arms in right field in all of baseball. But watch the in-between hop that he has to stay on the bag if he's going to make the tag. Normally, as an infielder, you back up and make that a longer hop. But if Espinosa retreats right there, then he can't get back to the bag to tag Bour. So he was caught in the middle, and he had to make a pick on a really hard throw from Bryce Harper. So not a whole lot you can do right there. It wasn't a bad throw by Harper. It was just a tough play on the back end for Espinosa.
10 Miami hits. Marlins scored 10 runs in their first 2 games. Problem is they gave up 15. They had 20 hits. They gave up 25. They hit 1 home run. They gave up 5. So their offense has been clicking in terms of getting base hits and scoring, but their pitching has not been good. There's Tim Wallach, who is a great Montreal Expo third baseman. One of the best low ball hitters from the right side of the plate I ever saw. Alongside Don Mattingly.
Tell you what, he was a legend in Montreal, and as a young player, when you came over to big league camp, he treated everybody like you were a 10-year veteran.
Tim did?
Yeah, great guy. Didn't even know who you were. You had a 70 number on, and he would treat you like you were one of the team.
That's awesome. Good third baseman, good hitter. And Tim Wallach is the bench coach for Don Mattingly.
I would put up the Marlins coaching staff, Carp, against anybody in a game. You got Don Mattingly, Barry Bonds, Tim Wallach. If they're gonna, if a game breaks out amongst coaching staffs, the Marlins are gonna win.
I know. Lenny Harris to save him for the late innings.
Frank Menachino is your leadoff hitter. I can't leave him out, or I'll hear about it.
Our old buddy Brian Schneider. This one to right off the end of the bat. Harper racing in. Now he can ease up and make that grab. So Petit gets Rio Muto to hit into an unproductive out.
Yoga in the outfield returns in 2016. Very popular promotion. It's a Marlins Sunday, May 15th. You can stretch in the outfield and do some yoga after the ball game. Visit nationals.com/yoga to get more information.
I could do that pose with somebody to lean on.
You ever see a cheetah stretch before it kills something? No.
Limber and ready all the time.
That's right. Stretching's overrated.
Here's Echeverria.
hold on, there's a wounded gazelle in the meadow. Let me stretch out real quick first. No, they just go. Let me get my quads here for a second.
And a 1-0. Ball 2. Good morning, Mr. Phelps. He's done a good job for them. 3 scoreless innings since taking over for Adam Conley. Petit pours one in there. 2 balls, 1 strike.
So valuable for the Giants over the years coming out of their bullpen. Whatever Bruce Bochy asked of him, he did. Spot start, late inning, long relief, just a strike thrower, a guy that knows his role, doesn't complain about it, embraces it. It is just so valuable to any bullpen. And Nats fans are going to find out how valuable he is this year.
Hot shot. Zimmerman with a great pick. Really tough play. Runner to third, 2 outs. These Marlins are swinging the bats.
Yeah, pretty good play by Ryan right here. 1 hop bullet. He got an in-between hop, a lot like Danny Espinosa, but he was able to give on it a little bit. So the best 8th hitter in baseball is retired.
Yeah, how valuable is that kid? Phelps called out on strikes first time. Not often a reliever gets 2 at-bats or more, but he will here in this rain delay scenario. One ball, 1 strike. And the pitcher's going to get an RBI here. That's Phelps with his first major league run batted in. It's now 5-3 Miami on 11 hits.
All right, pretty good hack here too. This says, I mean, if you're just tuning in, you'd think this is a position player with this swing. Right up the middle. Michael Taylor playing shallow. There's nothing you could do about that. And you can see the salute back to the dugout. He's fired up.
5th big league hit, first RBI. Top of the order now. You have to deal with D. Gordon. He's going to hook one out of play down the right side. The Marlins have had hits in every inning but the second. They had 2 walks that inning, did not score. They have put Nationals pitchers off the stretch throughout this game.
Oh, there's no doubt about their lineup.
This ball hit well to center, but Taylor there. And then Michael A. Taylor will lead off the bottom of the 5th inning. Miami picks up another, out hitting the Nats by 8, but it's still a pretty close game.
Park, Nats down 2 here in D.C. Michael A. Taylor in his second game as the Nationals leadoff hitter after replacing Ben Revere, who heads to the disabled list. I asked Dusty Baker the other day whether he sees Taylor as a logical fill-in option atop the order with Ben Revere out. Dusty actually said no, not really, but he's going to go with Taylor as his leadoff hitter for now for a couple of reasons. The first of which is that he sees Taylor being able to help the Nats atop the order in a couple of ways because of his speed, and Dusty said he's always one swing away from making it 1-0 to begin the game. Also, Dusty doesn't want to mix up the rest of his order. He likes how things are looking from 2 to 8 with Rendon on the way down after the leadoff spot. So if Taylor can slide in and be an effective leadoff hitter, Dusty would like it that way. That way he can keep the rest of things intact. But Dusty's not married to this idea. He said, we're going to see how Michael does, and if we need to mix things up a little bit, I've got options. I'm okay doing that as well.
Combination of speed and power. Michael A. Taylor 0 for 8 to start the season. Line drive to second in the first inning. Fly ball to right in the second. That was Dan with our Koons.com sideline report. And at Koons, it's over 2 million vehicles sold and counting. Cutting action on that low pitch. Ball 1. There's the four-seamer, and he misses with that too.
Try to catch a fastball out front right here.
He did. That ball is hit a ton out to center. Ozuna there at the edge of the track. And maybe at 4:05 this afternoon that goes out, but not right now.
Yeah, good call. Ball was hit. I thought it was gone off the bat. The temperature has dropped. A little breeze kind of blowing from right to left. Nothing that would knock the ball down. Probably more temperature than anything, but this is on the barrel. Caught it out front. And it had a pretty good sound too, but like I've said a million times, I've never seen a ballpark play smaller when it's hot or bigger when it's cold. The Nats Park changes, and it's changed probably twice today.
Yeah, and I think you can tell from Michael's reaction there. He thought he got it right off the bat. And that thing was 10 to 15 feet short of the wall.
It's a good swing.
Yeah, I'll take that 3 times a game. Chris Spire alongside Dusty Baker. Anthony Rendon, a double, a run, and a strikeout. He's 2 for 10 to start the season. And if he drops this one in, he's 3 for 11. And that is in front of Giancarlo Stanton. So the Nats have their first base hit since Zimmerman's 3rd inning double. And that brings Bryce to the plate and changes everything in seconds.
Washington, D.C. Lexus dealers are donating $250 to the Children's National Health System for every home run a Nats player hits this season. So Bryce Harper, Ryan Zimmerman and company, keep them coming. It's for a wonderful cause. Lexus, the pursuit of perfection.
Harper 0 for 1. A walk, a run, and then a sharply hit ball. Actually, a ball that Dee Gordon came way in for. That was bounced past the mound, and he threw out Bryce on a good play. Harper 0 for 2 career against David Phelps. So Rendon, his first multi-hit game. Harper and Zimmerman, the next 2 here in the 5th. Count even, 1-1. Phelps, to this point at least, 29-year-old veteran, has done a good job of settling this game down for Miami. But the Nats are 1 swing away from being back even.
Pretty good against the Marlins in 2015.
Yeah, in their ballpark too.
Pretty good pitch there by Phelps. Backdoor cutter, started off the plate away and broke it back at the last second. Last August, he had a stress fracture in his right forearm.
Yeah, pitched 23 ball games during the season, 19 starts. Slightly more relief work than starting in his career. 3 years with the Yankees, his second year now with Miami. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Okay, you want to speed up the game of baseball and speed up pace of play. Just put 3-2 on the scoreboard and let Bryce Harper walk into the batter's box. Because every single at bat is 3-2. Whether it's 0-2, it gets to 3-2, and just you can save a whole bunch of time by just putting that count on the scoreboard and starting his at bat.
That might be okay with Tom Kohler, who's pitching for them Saturday.
Just put 3-2, speed it up.
Bryce has really hit him hard in his career. 3-2 with 1 out. And with the thought Rendon might be going, they throw over and throw it away. Anthony picks up Bob Henley, who says stop at second, as D. Gordon alertly picked that ball up. So the Marlins make their 4th error of the year. This one by the pitcher.
Yeah, that wasn't even close right there. That almost got Will Little at first base, the umpire. Maybe for a second, David Phelps thought the Marlins had their black tops on. Normally, I'd say that might change the pitch selection of Bryce Harper 3-2, but I really don't think it does. I mean, whether Rendon's on first or second, he's still going to get whatever David Phelps thinks is his very best pitch in this count. A tie and run is a tie and run.
Yeah. Way outside, and now Harper is the tying run on base. He's on for the second time. First walk, actually second walk now issued by Phelps.
This is the exact scenario I've been preaching since spring training, the first 2 games for Ryan Zimmerman. This is where he has a chance to have a monster season. You have a runner on second, 1 out. It's a 2-run game. You pitch around Bryce Harper. You could see Phelps wanted nothing to do with Bryce right there. He made a couple of borderline pitches and got the calls for 2 strikes. And now Ryan Zimmerman has a chance to do some damage. And over a 6-month campaign, if he has at-bats like this twice a night, imagine the damage he can do here and there by cashing in on Bryce Harper being pitched around.
Ryan Zimmerman today, a walk, a run, and a double. He's hitting .400 to start the season.
And I think Don Mattingly's going to make a change.
Brian Morris has been throwing in their bullpen.
Maybe not. Let's see.
Yeah, righty for righty. Fans are counting down now the 30 seconds for the pitching coach or the manager to get off the field.
I just heard that. That's awesome.
That's great.
Might have something to do with Jason Worth on deck, who hasn't cashed in yet, and maybe be careful with this guy. And I don't know what that speech was about, but you definitely have to be careful with Ryan Zimmerman in this situation.
Well, who doubled off this pitcher last time up. Right down the line. Ground ball that went all the way to the 336 mark. So it's Rendon and Harper. Good speed on the bases, but that's a shallow fly ball to right on the first pitch. Don't see Ryan Zimmerman do that very often.
He got a pitch too. It was right there.
Yeah, 2 outs. It's up to Worth.
Pretty good hack, just missed it.
Looks like a little rain's coming down again.
We're good.
Okay. You've been on, bootleg weather's been good today.
Yeah, just
been right on.
Have an app, look at it. Although there is some stuff coming.
Yeah, but to have the courage to put it out there.
I don't care.
That's huge.
No, there's nothing. We're good. And Jason Wirtz looking for his first knock right here. It's a good time.
Big time. This is 1 out away from being an official ball game. Way inside. Almost got Jason's jersey on the way.
Asking how to get out of the way of that one. And when he backed off, his jersey kind of puffed out, and I thought it might have hit it. You see Jason kind of shaking the water off his bill. Probably can't see from that angle. How'd that miss me if you read his lips?
1-1. He didn't scream. That's a fastball right to the outer half of the plate. Now the battle begins on 1 and 2. Nats down 5-3. They've been out hit 11-4. Time given. Steady rain. And a 1-2. Wirth goes the other way. 3-hopper D. Gordon. And Bour had to come off the bag. Ryan Zimmerman having a discussion with Will Little, who is pretty emphatic about the call. Dusty says, well, we're going to have a look at it.
Was his foot off the base? Is that what Jason's arguing? That he wasn't on the base and he missed him? I don't know what Jason's arguing there.
Yeah, Bour was not on the bag, had to go to the tag. But did he tag him? I think
no.
I think on replays, tags are always the toughest thing to see.
But that's a hard angle to tell, but
Nats are going to challenge, I think.
I think Jason said he didn't touch me.
Now the big question is, will the umpires be able to tell? It's Will Little who made the call, along with the crew chief Ted Barrett, who go to the headsets into New York.
Big call right here. Bases loaded for Daniel Murphy, who already cleared him once today.
Huge, huge.
Huge. What do you got here, Carp? Help me out. I don't. Well, I'm going to say, just based on Jason's reaction, he's not going to sit there on a ground ball to second and argue if he tagged him. We've seen him. He argues when he has a point. I just don't know if that's conclusive enough for New York to overturn it.
It's a big question.
I don't see any part of his uniform move.
Yeah.
And usually when a guy tags you, you can see a wrinkle in the jersey, the pant leg move.
Or you can see the glove bend back a little bit.
The glove bend back, good call.
This will really be interesting. And again, that's Will Little on the left who made the call, and Ted Barrett, the 18-year veteran crew chief, in the middle. It's either inning over or bases loaded, 2 outs for Murphy.
They're hooked up to a car battery, it looks like, this year. Heads up, guys, in the rain.
No power outages.
Yeah.
Guy on the right may not like it, but
I need to be hooked up to a car battery right now. I'm scuffling.
yeah, it is really tough to tell if You know, sometimes the crowd will go crazy when they show it on the board a couple of times, and there's been a smattering of cheers, but I don't think the crowd's convinced either. Headsets are coming off.
What do we got? Are they deciding?
Or they're just discussing something among themselves.
We talked to Paul Nauert before opening day, and he said we have to go to the command center in Chelsea, New York. That every broadcaster should go up there and see.
I'd love to spend an evening in there.
So
out. It was not a good throw by D. Gordon. It pulled Bauer off the bag. He tagged Jason Worth, and it's still a 5-3 game. And in the rain, it's now an official game.
cruise into the top of the sixth inning. The Nationals host the Braves for an early 4-game series at Nats Park. That's April 11th through the 14th after the Nats swept the Braves to begin the season. Bryce Harper hit .369 with 6 home runs, 8 doubles, 16 RBI against the Braves. I'm just reading what they say. And Freddie Freeman, we know he's a Nats killer. Get your tickets today at nats.com/tickets. Always good to proofread the promo before you go on the air.
A lot of numbers. Ozuna goes up hacking. That one was kind of off the end of the bat, so it's in short center. Taylor, 1 out. The Nats just need to have their bullpen keep putting some zeros up on the board. This game is way far from over. Inside the numbers with Jeep. So in their last series, in the first 5 innings of those games, the Marlins had 3 hits. They did all their damage late. Today, 11 in 5 innings. But they lost those games, even despite some late offense. Inside the numbers.
Oh, I know there was a Verlander in there for one of those.
Yeah.
And who pitched the second game? Was it a Zimmerman? I don't know. We were doing our own game.
No longer 2 Zimmermans on the same team for a number of years wearing the same uniform.
It's not baseball anymore.
2-0 pitch. Perfect day for Yelich. And he hits one a ton out to center. Taylor going back. He will make the grab. And the ball is not going anywhere at Nationals Park right now. That one probably hit as well as Michaels in the bottom of the 5th inning.
And Michael Taylor had trouble seeing that ball once it got above the stadium. You saw his reaction to it at the end, and then what he was saying to Bryce Harper as he ran over there, maybe at the very last second. Look at him. He just found it. Scary feeling. I don't think it was a light. It's just that time.
Yeah. 7:37 local twilight time here. There are 5 time zones in baseball: Eastern, Central, Mountain, Pacific, and Twilight. There's Stanton. That one goes straight up. Looks like Rendon made the early call. Anthony's on the pitching rubber nearly. when he made that catch. Good inning for Petit. Now Daniel Murphy will bat. Bottom of the 6th coming up in a 5-3 game.
Adam Conley started this one, is slowly becoming the story of this game. Done a nice job out of the Marlins bullpen, getting some big outs, and he's helped himself at the plate with an RBI single to make it a 5-3 game.
Well, they got 4 scoreless innings. Hey, there's our moon again, and we were told that's controlled by remote control. It can change colors.
They need to give me that remote control.
How about that? Mercedes-Benz of Arlington with our game summary. Visit them at
It's changing. Look,
justmercedes.com. Now it's a blue moon.
yeah, it was purple while
It's,
you were
it's
reading.
Blue Moon Odom right now. Remember him? Pretty good pitcher. Tanner rough outing. Martin Prado rough on the Nats, and David Phelps, as mentioned, 4 scoreless innings, and Brian Morris takes over for the Marlins here in the bottom of the 6th inning. 29-year-old right-hander out of Tullahoma, Tennessee.
It looks like a piece of cheese, doesn't it?
Blue cheese, I like that.
Not really.
That's 4 innings, no runs on just 2 hits, despite Phelps walking 2, and he struck out 3. He threw 59 pitches, 36 strikes. Morris for the Marlins, 67 games last year with a 3.14 ERA. He's been a setup man for their closer, A.J. Ramos. Since the departure of Steve Cishek, they have a former Nat in their bullpen, Edwin Jackson.
Yeah, Morris a ground ball guy, fastball, slider, cutter, but his fastball has tremendous sink on it. He's a guy that's really tough to elevate.
Murphy 2 for 5 career against Morris. Wow. Nasty splitting action down and away from the left-handed batter.
In 2012 with the Pirates, he had a 72% ground ball percentage. Last year with the Marlins, 40%. Or this year 40%, last year 61%. So he's a guy that'll get you a double play out of the Marlins bullpen.
He'll chat with Real Muto as catcher.
Nats fans are on edge today. They've been booing everything. Don Mattingly comes out of the dugout and just got crushed for making a trip to the mound.
They counted down his return to the dugout.
They're grouchy. They probably didn't sleep a lot last night. So excited for this game, and they want some action. They're edgy. I like it.
Warm summer days ahead, we promise. 3-1. By the way, if you're making plans to come to the ballpark Saturday or Sunday, it'll be a little chilly, so dress accordingly. There's Matt Belisle. Murphy draws the leadoff walk. He's on for the second time.
I'm being told that after reviewing all of the different angles they had in New York, that they could not determine whether the tag was made or not, so it was inconclusive. The inning ending 4-3 with Jason Worth to end the fifth. And as we've seen in the past, to overturn a call, it's really, really got to be obvious. It's a good chance by Dusty Baker. I mean, I would have done it. Good gamble.
Sure. Wilson Ramos against Brian Morris, 2 for 6 career.
I mean, you look at the upside. Bases loaded, 2 outs, and your hottest hitter up, or save your challenge. You got to do that every single time. Down by 2, definitely.
Ramos 0 for 2, strikeout, ground ball. Now Morris has so much movement. You could see why at times he might have issues. I mean, he's got the ball darting all over the place.
Yeah, tough to throw a strike, tough to command it.
Yeah, last year 47 strikeouts, but 26 walks in 63 innings.
He preys on guys that are aggressive.
Ramos fouls that breaking ball.
Clint Robinson ready for an AB. He's got that I got in at 3:30 in the morning stare going. He hasn't blinked in like a minute. I'm telling you, we're all feeling it, but that's a great shot of what we're all feeling at this point.
Two and 1 to Ramos. You saw the late movement on Morris there. They had him hitting the ball straight down.
Well, you get 2-0, you get 2-1, you take a shot at pulling one out of here. And now with Wilson Ramos in 2-strike mode, when he's locked in, when he's going good, Wilson Ramos at his best is inside out swinging right here, trying to force something the other way. Get out of pull mode with 2 strikes, let it get deep and try to hit that hole or hit something to right. Yeah. Hard to do with the sinker though, but that's got to be the mindset.
2-2 pitch. Easy take there.
Tough call for Dusty Baker, down by 2. Got a guy that hit into a lot of double plays last year. Do you start Daniel Murphy and bet on contact here with Ramos? Only the 6th inning. Maybe. We'll see.
Murphy a short lead. Bore off the bag with him. And Wilson Ramos on a pitch just like ball 3 strikes out. Murphy steals second base. He was on the move. That's within a swing of having 2 on, nobody out.
Yeah, good jump by Murphy. And you see the slider, I believe, for Morris. And Wilson Ramos chases ball 4, but Daniel Murphy gets into scoring position for Danny Espinosa.
And even with Murphy having departed, first base considered occupied on that swing. Although Rio Muto did tag him. Here's Espinosa 0 for 1 with a walk. And then Clint Robinson on deck in the number 9 spot. 5-3 Marlins, bottom of the 6th. Danny Espinosa hit the ball hard last time, a liner to Stanton. Walked his first time up. So Danny has started the season 3 for 8 with 2 walks.
He's seeing it big. Just tell by that take right there to get to a 1-0 count.
JT Realmuto, young catcher.
He's using taps. Watch this. Try to figure it out, Carp. See if you can steal a sign right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ended it with the mask.
Well, 2-0 count.
I would say it's what he ends with.
I'm going to try to throw him a fastball to get a strike somewhere.
Yeah,
He had a sinker there.
The mask was a fastball in off the plate for ball 3 sign. Let's see what he does here.
You knew that, huh?
Come on, let's try to steal a sign. I never got the taps on second
I'm calling
base.
fastball again. I don't care what he taps. It's 3-0. I'm calling fastball.
But this is where you know what's coming.
Yeah.
So this is where you could pick up a sign if you're
I
on
know.
second.
I mean, you're using your baseball experience.
He stopped on his mask
I'm looking
again.
at the scoreboard. It's 3-0. I'm throwing a fastball.
He stopped on his mask again. It's the last tap. I got him. See if he stops on his mask again. I mean, this is fun because guys usually don't use taps. It might be that Morris can't see the fingers. Some guys can't see them. Maybe it's because there's a middle infielder on at second base. I don't know what it is, but it can't be that difficult. And this is what baseball players do on second base. They try to figure out the sequence. Is he in with the mask? Okay.
Yeah, which one is location maybe too?
I don't know.
3-1 pitch. Espinosa. Danny stayed calm during that at bat. And I'll tell you, Brian Morris is within 1 swing of having walked the bases loaded here. So here comes Clint Robinson. He's going to get a visit, this pitcher is.
See, this is where you might think that Dusty would go back to the well with Matt Dendecker feeling good about the game winner last night. Drove that ball into right center, but he likes the matchup with Clint Robinson versus Morris better. And we'll see how it works out. But Dusty going with the gut, throwing Clint Robinson in the fire.
Clint Robinson has faced Morris once in his career, 0 for 1.
4, 3, 2, 1. Now what happens if they don't get off the mound?
Yeah.
Is it like a 15-yard penalty?
The 30 seconds are up.
You got to throw the pitch from second base is what they should make him do.
Or first pitch underhand.
I like that. There's got to be some sort of penalty for the violation.
Yeah, they weren't off the mound. He's going to be back in the dugout in 30 seconds, right?
Maybe like one of those bootleg camera tickets that are all over DC. Just find a picture.
He said bitterly.
A picture of you in your locker with a $150 fine on the mound, or your coach.
So here's Clint. 2 on, 1 out. Morris gets ahead.
I don't know if that curveball came back. What do you think, Pitch Track?
Nah, no way. That was a breaking ball sitting up.
Oh. Clint Robinson wants that one back. That was right in his wheelhouse. Took a good hack. Watch this pitch just hanging there. And look at the swing by Robinson. He thought he had a 3-run homer. Can't believe he fouled it off.
(0-2) with 1 out. They're going to jam him here. But I mean, Morris's misses have been nowhere near the bottom of the strike zone. Well, you can hear the third base dugout chirping on that one.
That's a good pitch.
And a long look by Brian Morris.
Let's see. I mean, You hate to harp on it, but Lance Barksdale's been inconsistent today, and I'll just stop right there.
Yeah, just forget about the outside corner.
For both sides.
He doesn't call the outside corner.
He's been inconsistent.
And hasn't done it for either team. Mattingly really angry. Clint Robinson flips one out of play. A 5-3 ball game, grinding through the bottom of the sixth here. Brian Morris has already thrown 21 pitches. There's been no contact in the inning. And that's a swing and a foul tip for the strikeout. 2 on, 2 out for Taylor.
93 on the sinker, so a little bit of hair on it right here. Just kind of runs to the bottom of the strike zone when Clint Robinson makes his decision. It's a strike. When he goes to swing, so much late movement, it runs out of the zone.
Michael A. Taylor 0 for 3. 2 for 4 though career against Morris.
Dusty Baker yelling down there, see it all the way. You could hear it on the mics. He's big on keeping your head down. He tells hitter after hitter in the cage during batting practice, keep your head in there, keep your head down, see it all the way.
Slow down, Michael. Slow down. Yeah, somebody just said.
That's Dusty again.
All right. Did he see his feet moving maybe?
Yeah, it means his feet are too quick. He's watching him on the take and he's jumping. I'm telling you what, as a player, you don't mind that. On game 3.
How about 103?
No, it's good stuff. It's positive stuff.
Taylor out ahead of it, chops it straight down, and again, an indication of how tough it is to center the ball against Brian Morris. First pitch was thrown at 4:06 today. It's 7:55. It kind of feels like the Nats are down by like 5 runs, but one swing really changes this game. Only a 2-run difference. It just feels different. Taylor out ahead again.
Well, I'll tell you what, maybe it's because it's off of the sinker, but Morris has got away with some sliders that have just been right out over the zone.
Yeah.
Going home happy with the souvenir on opening day, the home opener.
Cool. Don't play catch with that until there's no ink left on it.
And I think he's getting away with it because the fastball's, 93, so it's acting more like a changeup more than anything else. It doesn't have a lot of break. Guys are out in front.
There's another one. That one was a better changeup. That thing was really down by the time Michael got it.
I've given up on the taps, by the way.
Second base Murphy. Espinosa at first. Murph walked, leading the inning off. Espinosa with 1 out. Bob Henley's about 65 feet from home plate and had to duck.
Pretty good battle going on. Michael Taylor fighting. Keeping the ball down. That's the Morris trademark.
He finally threw him a really nasty one. And the Marlins try to throw the ball around the horn despite that being the 3rd out. So the Nats frustrated again. They've left 7 today. we have an MLB.TV premium special for you. For this week only, T-Mobile customers get a free season-long subscription. Go to T-Mobile.com/MLB. Sign up now. Catch every moment on America's fastest growing LTE network, MLB.TV premium. Marlins box, where do I begin? 3 hitters, Stanton, Prado, and Real Muto with multi-hit games. Martin Prado up to his old tricks against the Nats, 2 for 3, 2 RBIs. 5-3 ball game. Matt Belisle makes his Nationals debut. 34 games with St. Louis last year. The 5 years before that with the Colorado Rockies, he threw 368 games out of the bullpen in 5 years, an average of over 70 per season, with half of those at Coors Field.
Pretty good numbers last year for Matt Belisle too. Sinker's a thing, ground ball's a thing. He's got a cutter too, but he, a lot like Morris, pitches at the bottom of the strike zone or below when he's effective.
Curveball hanging upstairs to Prado.
I think a lot of people last year talking about the Nats bullpen failed to mention that the bullpen when you're behind is just as important. Everyone talking about 7, 8, and 9 last year and what did or didn't happen. Drew Thorne, Jonathan Papelbon got all the headlines, but to me the biggest deficiency, if you will, in the bullpen is in games like tonight. 5-3, you're down by 2, keeping it right there and giving your team a chance to jump back in and win it. In the years they won the National League East, the B-pull bullpen, as Davey Johnson used to put it, the guys that pitch when you're behind, to me, are just as important or more important than the guys that get all the glory in the 7th, 8th, and 9th when you're ahead.
Blake Treinen, the only man on the upper bench out there.
You keep that a 1-run deficit or a 2-run deficit, you give me a chance to jump back and snatch a W when you're thinking you're going to lose. But if that 2-run deficit becomes 5, 6, 7, you know, no shot.
Papelbon back in the shadows. Yeah, great point. 2-2, and this one lifted near the line for Bryce. Harper into foul ground, and he grabbed it just as his glove went up against the barrier. Well done.
Well, he's already shading that way, so he knew where he was. He felt his cleats on the dirt and knew that he wasn't going full speed. You see him take a peek there right at the beginning of that shot. He knew right where he was. Nice play. Not easy.
Justin Bour a double last time. That was leading off the 5th, and it led to the pitcher's RBI by David Phelps, which gave the Marlins a 2-run lead.
The analogy for bullpen guys, for me, is the ahead guys are the skill position players. They're the wide receivers and the quarterbacks. The behind guys are the linemen. They do all the work that doesn't get in the headlines to give your team a chance to come back and win. You know, the guys when you're ahead, those are the guys that get paid. And a lot of times these middle guys, they grind it out to keep it right where it is and kind of go under the radar. We saw Craig Stammen. He was a perfect example, a guy that was so valuable, and I think he was a big reason why the bullpen last year was what it was. As soon as he got hurt, it kind of threw everything for a loop, and you were trying to plug in a guy here, plug in a guy there, and it never really meshed.
91 just missing. This one out to left center. Worth sliding, and it's off his glove. Throws into second, looking for a forced play, or rather a tag play, and not quite in time. So Justin Bour checks in with a second double. And he's been a kind of an aggressive challenge guy on the bases tonight.
Yeah, this ball started tail back to Worth, and I thought he was tracking it and took that aggressive step back toward the infield right at the end. And just couldn't get his glove up underneath it.
It's on the inside edge to the catcher, Real Muto. JT 2 for 3 today with an RBI, a steal, and a run scored. I was looking at the Indians roster. Craig Stammen did not make the ball club out of spring training, but Ross Detweiler did.
Probably just bored. Where you look at the Indians roster?
Just looking for Craig Stammen, our old buddy.
Something to do.
You just referenced him. Out to short. Danny Espinosa on a ball hit behind the runner. Board at third, 2 down.
Craig Stammen was a good net. We miss him and wish him nothing but the best always.
Yeah, one of the best guys we've ever had in that clubhouse. For the Achiever and you, PNC Bank, minor league hot insights. And when you have insight, you know how to handle your finances with confidence. Brought to you by PNC. For the Achiever and you, Lucas Giolito. We're going to be updating his progress all year. Pretty solid spring. ERA up there a little bit, but he pitched to contact at times. Boy, when he figures it out, sky's the limit.
Scheduled to pitch on Monday in Binghamton.
Number 8 hitter, here he is again. Adeiny Hechavarria, RBI hit, a damaging one with 2 outs in the 3rd. And then robbed on a great play by Zimmerman on a scorcher in the 5th. The difference in this game, RBIs by the 8 hitter and the pitcher.
And Derek Dietrich on deck, so Hechavarria is going to see something to hit.
Jammed him, but he hits it a long, long way, and that ball is off the wall. Boy, Hechavarria showing some serious pull side pop. That ball was in on him, and he hit it a long way. 2nd RBI today, 3rd of the season, and it's now 6-3.
This ball's out on a warmer day. And you see the location mistake by Matt Belisle. He wanted that to the other side of the plate. Hechavarria looking middle in. He gave it a little bat flip at the end. I thought he thought that he had a home run. He'll settle for an RBI double. That ball was hit.
Derek Dietrich pinch hitting here. Oh, now it's Brian Morse. He's going to stay in there. Now that they have a 3-run lead, let the pitcher have at it.
Or Don Mattingly just deked everybody by sending a pinch hitter up there so Hechavarria would get something to hit.
Yeah, Morris, left-handed batter.
I didn't see any action though in the Marlins bullpen. Maybe they had somebody up throwing.
That'll do it. But the Marlins just keep on adding on. They've out-hit the Nats 13-4, and of the Nationals' 4 hits, Anthony Rendon has half of them. copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Washington Nationals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the expressed written consent of the Washington Nationals. From dragging the dirt to all the stuff in the on-deck circle, so we get ready for the bottom of the 7th inning here on opening day, which has become opening evening here at Nationals Park. Next TV game is a 4 o'clock tilt on Saturday. Bryce Harper has had amazing career numbers against Tom Kohler to the tune of 7 hits, 5 home runs, and 9 RBIs. So when he makes contact, and there's Joe Ross, who will pitch for the Nats on Saturday after the day off tomorrow. Nats box. The only time they put hits in one inning together were Rendon's double and Murphy's triple in the first inning. Since then, a Ryan Zimmerman double, 1 out 3rd inning. Anthony Rendon, flare, base hit, 1 out 5th inning. So the Marlins bullpen has outpitched the Nats bullpen so far. And Tanner Roark gave up 4 runs. Their starter Conley gave up 3. He only pitched 1 inning. It's just been an unusual day because of the early offense and then the long rain delay. But here in the 6th, there's always hope. It's Rendon, Harper, and Zimmerman. Anthony Rendon, 1 for 3 career against Morris. In Rendon, leading off the 7, takes it low. 2 balls, no strikes. The Nats have been given 4 walks today. The first 2 were in the first inning. They both scored when Murphy cleared the bags. Since then, it's been tough to get hits. Rendon to center. Ozuna just cruising over for it. I think it's pretty obvious you're going to have to pull one to get it out of here tonight. Our buddies, the Potomac Nationals, back in action. Opening day is 1 week from right now. And then they're home through the 20th of April. 703-590-2311. Find them at the Fitz or find them on the website, PotomacNationals.com. Bryce Harper, 0 for 1, pair of walks. 1 for 3 with a home run, career 2 RBIs against Brian Morris. He's out ahead of that. Oliver Perez. Marlins have the top of their order 2 up. Gordon and Yelich, 2 left-handed batters around the number 2 man, Marcell Ozuna. Such a good batting eye. Bryce walked 124 times last year. On base percentage was .460.
See him smell his bat right there? It's the wood burning on a foul ball. little friction.
Boy, you really ID'd that slider. 3-2.
Morris just doing a good job of keeping the ball down.
Harper gets one to work with. See you later. And that's career number 99. Opening day Bryce does it again against Miami pitching.
Celebration, Jose Lobaton, helmet taker offer guy. Bryce Harper got something belt high from Morris. And he didn't miss those, folks.
Well, maybe that starts the road back. It's a 2-run game again. Zimmerman and Wirth, the next two batters.
I don't know if you're with me at home, but I don't know that I've ever watched a guy where I just thought he was going deep every at-bat. I feel like that with Bryce Harper. Look at the location of that. Everything down except for the 6th pitch, right down the middle, and MVPs don't miss that pitch. I don't care how much sleep they got. They ain't missing that pitch. I mean, don't you feel like that? Every time he's up, he's going to hit a home run? Or it's hard to explain.
Yeah.
And playing with Barry Bonds, I didn't get that feeling. But with Bryce Harper, he still hasn't gotten the Bonds treatment where they just simply walk him every time. Guys are still trying to get him out. And I know the score dictates and when you're going to do that and when you're not going to do that. But that wasn't the case with Bonds. With Harper, there's guys that want to get him out. They want to prove themselves to Bryce Harper, and he makes them pay. It's just must-see TV. I don't care what you're doing or how long the game's been or if there's rain delays. When Bryce Harper's up, you got to tune in.
Ryan Zimmerman, a couple of swings, and now it's 1-2. By the way, that was Bryce's 250th career RBI. And he's at 99 home runs. It's a 6 home run given up by the Marlins staff already. Zimmerman a walk, a double. 1 ball, 2 strikes. He got jammed with that one. 2 hopper to Echeverria. 2 down.
I mean, I guess if you watch the Marlins play, you could say the same thing about Stanton.
Oh, yeah.
You watch the Marlins play every day, I should say. And I don't know what Don Mattingly's saying right here. Maybe he just felt like warming up. Jog out to the mound. Now check out the home run by Bryce Harper again. Look at him stay on his backside. Got a pitch right down the heart. And I think the most important part, you can break down a swing all you want, he was ready for it. He's never surprised at a fastball down the middle. When you talk about guys trying to shave corners, throw them their best pitch, bounce off speed, more times than not, he's ready for that pitch that's a mistake. And he proved it right there.
Now Jason Wirth trying to get aboard to get Murphy up there as the tying run. Two and 0. Right on the edge.
I like this at bat by Jason Worth. Seeing him every day for 5 years, the more pitches he sees, the better hitter he is. And he's been a little anxious this season early on. It's only 3 games. The way he locks in is by seeing 4, 5, 6 pitches in at bat. Taking his walks when they're there. Going deep into counts. You can break down mechanics all you want, but it's a simple thing with him. See a lot of pitches.
This is a big pitch for Morris right here. Doesn't want to walk him. It'll be 3-2 with 2 outs and Murphy on deck. And 95 off the bat, still almost went upper deck and went off the facing of the mezzanine above the bullpen.
Let's see what Bryce Harper's doing with his right hand. They're telling Max Scherzer he stayed through that one. Didn't pull off it.
Jason Worth a good at bat, and they have walked him in front of Daniel Murphy. That's the 3rd walk issued by Morris, who was all over the place last inning. They've been warming a left-hander, Craig Breslow, and you would think he'll get the call against Murphy here. Bryce Harper gets the Nats going. Now Murphy trying to bring him back even more.
Daniel Murphy, the hitter, 6-4 Marlins, bottom of the 7th inning. It's time for some Yellowwood bringing the lumber, and Bryce Harper always brings his. We'll check out his 2nd Tater of the year. One more time, why not? Nothing else to do except for watch this one go in the upper deck. Right off the facing. And a little celebration in the dugout, and maybe that kind of gets everybody going. I know it warmed me up a little bit. And now it's up to Daniel Murphy, who's as hot as anybody in baseball.
Left-handed, 35-year-old Craig Breslow broke in back in 05 with the Padres.
Fastball 38% of the time, huh? Averaged 89 miles an hour. He'll cut that fastball at 86, and he's got a changeup to go with it.
Murphy 1-for-1 career against him. Tries to fight one off and hit a double like he did in Atlanta the other night down the line. Breslow, 105 games. The last 2 seasons combined for the Red Sox. Career ERA in 11 years. Only 2 big league starts, 3.33. Now a big-time battle for Murphy. Short center. Ball falling. Murphy with another base hit. Great job against a left-handed pitcher. And Daniel Murphy has a 2-for-3 day. He's on for the third time.
That's big for a lot of reasons. Number one, it gets Wilson Ramos to the plate in the form of the go-ahead run. But Daniel Murphy doing a nice job of inside-outing that one and just throwing it out there far enough to move the line to Wilson Ramos. And now Don Mattingly has a lefty facing the Nats catcher. I mean, he can't keep going right, left. He'll run out of pitchers. So now advantage Dusty Baker and the Nats with the right-handed, left-handed matchup.
Ramos 0 for 1 against the lefty.
See, this is why you like the right, left with Ben Revere in there. That's what the lineup was. Now you got right with Taylor and Rendon at the top. But this is why it's hard to manage against a lineup that's balanced like Dusty Baker's throwing it out there. You just can't run through pitchers late in the game when you have nobody left.
Ramos to short. Echeverria to Gordon, inning over. So the Nats blasting away with a Bryce Harper solo homer, but now they've stranded a frustrating 9 runners.
Top of the 8th, 6-4 Marlins. Now it's time for Toyota K's for Kids. Washington area Toyota dealers want to help kids and their families by making a donation of $37 to the Children's Inn at NIH for every strikeout by a Nats pitcher this season. Well, you know his delivery, it's very funky. He likes the off speed. And watching him in the bullpen, he was even dropping down sidearm on some pitches. So you never know what you're going to get from Oliver Perez, except for he's going to come right at you with different deliveries.
34-year-old veteran. Split time with the Diamondbacks and the Astros last year.
Nothing beats John Gant, though, from last night. I mean, I'm still seeing his windup in my dreams.
Here's the pitch. No, wait a minute. Here's the pitch.
Double pump, flamingo, reverse layup, windup, whatever it was.
D. Gordon flirting with the third baseline there. He's 0 for 3 tonight with a base on balls, and Nats have pitched him well. He turned and faced our center field camera guys as if to say hello, and here's my pitch.
It's a veteran move.
How do you hang in there on that? I mean, that ball had to seem to Dee Gordon like it was behind him.
Well, he went conventional windup, dropped down a little bit, and mixed in a slider. Let's see what he's got here with 2 strikes. He might do a 360. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's the stuff you used to do in your backyard in wiffle ball. Just make up windups in the middle of your motion.
Had Gordon reaching, Ramos keeps it close and throws him out.
Had 3 different deliveries in that strikeout. He went with the back turn Louis Tiant Johnny Cueto deal, and then right there he went Mr. Miyagi and just kind of held it for strike 3. I'm just gonna start naming them all. Wax on, strike 3.
Here's Marcelo Ozuna.
Regular, standard delivery.
Even a little glove flip as he gets into his stretch position.
Oh, quick pitch.
That gets him a little stare from Ozuna.
Watch this. Slide step, nobody on. You better ready to hit. So that's 4 different deliveries in about 6 pitches.
That was a line drive right over the dugout that hit the new screen here. Ozuna 1 for 4. That ball skips into the mid of Wilson Ramos, and Ozuna kind of looking at Oliver Perez and saying, what was all of that?
You know, we're having fun with it right now. From a hitter's perspective, I don't know, more guys don't do this. Maybe it's hard to repeat mechanics, but when do I start my stride? When do I go toward the pitcher? All these things. He saw 3 different deliveries. Oh, there's a slide step. I got to get my foot down. He's turning his back. I got my foot down too early. He does the conventional delivery, and I don't know when to start. I mean, the stuff's good too. Don't get me wrong. It's not all just a gimmick with the windup, but it definitely disrupts your timing because you don't know what to expect if you're standing in there.
Yeah, that one he was kind of hanging on his back leg before he came forward. Christian Yelich, 1 for 2, a base hit, 2 walks.
Pretty good pitch. I mean, it's 93. It's not like he's flipping 85 up there. He's got good stuff.
Top of the 8th inning, 6-4 Miami. Started out as a ball on one side, ended up as a ball on the other side.
But Christian Yelich just told you what he thought about Oliver Perez and his stuff. In a 2-1 count, how many times do you see a guy square around the bunt?
A number 3 hitter.
He's not picking it up, or it doesn't feel comfortable, one or the other.
Ramos tried to frame it, and this is the 3rd time tonight Christian Yelich has walked in front of Giancarlo Stanton. So that'll be it for Perez here. Sean Kelly, he was up earlier in the game. He's going to get a chance here to face the mighty slugger of the Miami Marlins. Looks like the Nats will make a double switch as Chris Heisey will go to left field, replacing Jason Worth. Outs a walk. Lefty not staying in for Giancarlo Stanton. Right-hander Chris Heisey, batter and thrower, takes over on the double switch for Jason Worth. Heisey will bat ninth. And here's Sean Kelly. Third appearance in 3 ball games.
A 2-pitch guy, fastball, slider. Fastball averages 90, slider averages 82.
'89. Giancarlo timing off there. He's 2 for 4 tonight with a couple of base hits. Shift on by the infielders. That ball is hammered into the left field corner, foul.
He hit that off the end and it had distance.
Yeah.
I don't think there isn't the game within the game. Right fielder against right fielder, MVP against potential MVP, and Bryce Harper went deep, and he's not thinking it right now.
Strongest man in baseball?
Yeah. I mean, besides you, absolutely.
Yeah, he's got a little size on Bryce, Mike Trout, and myself. First time I've ever been in sentence with those guys.
That's in that order too, but that's that's a good question. Yeah, I don't think.
Who's the strongest man in baseball?
I think it's the guy in the batter's box. How much do you bench?
Me?
No, him.
Oh,
I was just asking him.
Thank you. Breaking ball got him. Sean Kelly's back. Tough outing on opening day, but the Nats won. Good outing last night, and here he goes again. To the bottom of the 8th. 2 hitters at the bottom of the order. Nats down 2.
Bottom of the 8th inning, 6-4 Marlins on opening week here on MASN. Follow Nationals Baseball Live with MLB.com at bat. Stay up to the moment at any moment with Game Day Live. Video highlights, StatCast, news, and more. Download MLB.com at bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone or tablet.
On the video board, you can see Danny Espinosa walking up to the plate. He'll go to the right side. He's 0 for 1 career against Craig Breslow. Then there's a right-hander, Chris Heisey, in the #9 spot after the double switch. And then Michael A. Taylor. Right now, Don Mattingly is just trying to get this game to A.J. Ramos in the 9th. That's why he's got a left-hander in there facing 3 righties. There's Miguel Rojas at first base. For defense, Justin Bour out. Danny Espinosa, a couple of walks, 0 for 1 tonight. That's nasty, 83. Might have ended up out of the zone by the time Real Muto caught it.
It's nasty because it's not a strike.
Yeah. Now, pitch track is where the ball crosses the plate. That's where we get our little dot there. And he definitely caught it out of the strike zone, evidently also out of there when it crossed the plate. Now Espinosa pops it up to Dee Gordon. Backpedaling, ends up on his back. Wind not whipping around, just kind of a gentle breeze, but it's chilly out there. 1 out, 8th inning. Here's Chris Heisey.
I'm having a good laugh about it. Doing a little back pedal action. See, that's how you win Gold Gloves. That's a veteran move. Make routine pop-ups look really hard. Hey, put that on the highlight reel. Joking. He's as good as it gets at second base.
He is good. Chris Heisey, from a power standpoint, one of the best pinch hitters in baseball over the last few years. 40 pinch hits, 11 pinch hit home runs since 2010. Now he's already in the game on the double switch, but for him it's almost like one of those type appearances. Three and 0. Base runners needed, down by 2 here late in the game. Chris Heisey's 31 years of age, Lancaster, PA. Went to a small school in Pennsylvania called Messiah College. Drafted by the Reds 10 years ago in the 17th round. Taking all the way on 3 and 0. Don Mattingly has A.J. Ramos warming up.
Good at bat.
And I was wondering if the tying run gets to the plate, which it now will with Rendon, or maybe Harper coming up, might we see A.J. Ramos in the 8th inning? But you would think he'd leave the lefty in for Harper.
Tying runs up right now.
Yes, it is. So Taylor, Rendon, the next 2 right-handed batters. And right now must be an availability issue with Edwin Jackson, Dustin McGowan from the right side of that bullpen, because their closer's warming up with 5 outs to get. Taylor seeing Breslow for the first time. Well hit. Oh, what a pick by Echeverria. The ball is loose at second base, but they say Gordon was in the act of throwing when Heisey got there. That ball was hit as hard as anything we've seen tonight.
That's just robbery by Echeverria. I mean, you can't hit a ball on the ground any harder than Michael Taylor does. A one-hop bullet. Watch him give with it right there. And then the backhand flip to Dee Gordon, who's trying to make a spectacular double play and loses the handle. And he did have that for a second, so good call at second base. But look at the play by Echeverria to get the force out at second. Just, I mean, a nasty hop. That ball came up on him with some top spin on it. And he just gave with it, raised his glove up, ball going about 100 miles an hour to make the play.
Well, he's got to be one of those guys that, P, if you got to watch him play every day, you'd be so impressed.
Wow, impressive.
And we are seeing him 19 times a year.
Yeah, that was a nice play.
Here's Rendon. Anthony's had a good game, 2 for 4. Breaking ball to even the count, 1-1. So a lot of things happening here. Their closer, a right-hander, warming up. Bryce Harper on deck as Rendon tries to extend this inning.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big at bat if he can get out for Bryce Harper, like you've been saying. He'd like a crack at a 3-run tater. Man, everyone's thinking it.
Rendon takes a high fastball, 2-2. Foul ball called.
We always say how he's so good at check swinging. He's got some strong wrists. But do you see how that's where the whole check swing rule blows my mind. He clearly didn't go, but he fouled that pitch off. So it's a strike, but he didn't go.
That's going to ring him up. Breslow paints the inside corner. And now when Bryce Harper bats in the ninth, he can't tie the game. Marlins by 2 into the ninth. For Miami, it's been an uphill battle for the Nats all day long. Through the rain, through the sun, through the cold. And Johnny and Ray have been waiting a long time for their Nats Extra postgame show. It's presented by who but WB Mason when this one's over. Sean Kelly still on the mound, struck out Giancarlo Stanton. Takes on Martin Prado, Miguel Rojas, JT Realmuto here in the top of the ninth. Prado 2 for 4. And really the big blow of the game for the Marlins, the 2-run single up the middle that got them on the board with a crooked number in the first inning. Challenge fastball. That'll be out of play over the dugout. Some splash attached to that one.
Saw that.
Joe Ross on Saturday. We might all be wearing sweatshirts Tom Kohler, 4 o'clock on Masson. Day off tomorrow because of today's opening day. Johnny and Ray will join you at 3:30.
It's going to be a beautiful 43 degrees on Saturday. Hey, it's baseball. Wait,
yeah, bundle up.
Come out to the yard, bundle up, have a cup of hot chocolate, an Irish coffee, and go get them.
Yeah. Or a thermos of either.
Yeah.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Ball 3. All you Nats fans who came up to us at Winterfest in December and said, I can't wait for baseball, you're the ones that need to be here on Saturday.
That's right. It's going to be December on Saturday.
3-2. Hard hit. Rendon gets behind it. Couple of hops, and he delivers it to Ryan Zimmerman for the first down.
Pretty good play right here by Anthony Rendon. Didn't go to the backhand because he was ready for it, moved his feet, and then slings it over there to Ryan Zimmerman. Nice job of using that bare hand to secure it. Finds the seams. Good play.
Next up is Miguel Rojas. Came in to play first base for Justin Bour last inning. This guy's 27 years old and was in the minor leagues for 9 years. Did Anthony just yawn?
Nope.
Okay, good.
No, he didn't.
Okay, good.
He wasn't crazy about us showing that a couple of years ago, so nope.
Nope, we didn't see that.
Didn't see anything. He's good. He's ready.
He's so relaxed.
He is just relaxed. That's all.
Rojas came over with D. Gordon and Dan Herron in a 4-player deal back in December of 14. Hit 282 for the Marlins in part-time action 60 games a year ago. Miguel Rojas from Venezuela. Right field, slicing, and well foul.
Gotta make that play.
Yeah, tough night if you don't have the glove.
Yeah, you bring your glove right there, you got a souvenir. That's what I always say. Bring your glove to the yard. Oh, that's cool.
How about that?
Where are we playing hot potato? Who
Kid
gets it?
to kid to kid.
Oh my gosh, is he gonna give it to somebody? Playing telephone here?
What is this, a relay?
Wait a minute.
Kids giving balls away.
Ball girl gave it to the kid who gave it to the kid who gave it to another kid who ran over to his dad. I'm confused, but I like it. That whatever happened, that was the sharing is caring.
I tell you, people are so nice at the ballpark.
Yeah, all right. Look at his opening day is made. He stuck it out. It's a little chilly, rain delay. Going home with an opening day souvenir. That's great. Look how happy they are. Love it.
That ball hit in the air out to short right field for Daniel Murphy, 2 outs. So now, in his last 2 appearances, Sean Kelly is retired, 4 straight batters, and he gets JT Realmuto here. Catch the complete game, never miss a homer, a game-changing play. And for Nats alerts and opportunities to win exclusive prizes, including meet and greets with players, text Nationals to 29292. Nationals 29292.
What if you text selfies to 29292? Do you get updates?
You get a shot of Dan Kolko with no beard.
Wait, what? Okay. Oh, it's
a collector's item now.
We passed our bedtime.
We'll get real punchy if the Nats rally in the bottom of the ninth.
Oh, won't we?
AJ Ramos throwing. Realmuto 2 for 4 with an RBI tonight. To the left side, Anthony Rendon, a busy inning. That's it. 1, 2, 3. Bullpen tightens things up. Here comes Price. Then there's Zimmerman and the pitcher's spot. The Nats need at least 2.
bring you Nats Extra postgame coming up in a couple of minutes. 6-4 as we head to the bottom of the 9th inning here at Nats Park. The Marlins with a 2-run lead. We started this whole thing 6 hours ago at 3 o'clock. You think you guys are cold up there? Got to come down here, huh?
Yeah, it's a weird day, and I think they have our heaters up there. I think they were our heaters.
I believe that could be the
they're
case.
in case. They're in a great little suite up there, and we're down here. It's a little chilly.
Miami surprised you today with this attack they got?
Not really, Johnny. They can hit. They've got a lot of guys in that lineup that can hit. They have a lot of speed. They make contact. And, you know, it was just a matter of Roark not having command at all. I mean, he's a guy that always throws the ball to short, small spots, and he was all over the place.
Well, we saw Bryce Harper go deep once today, number 99 in his career. Let's see if he can lead off the bottom of the 9th and duplicate that. Back upstairs to Bob and FP.
All right, Johnny, yeah, we know you and Ray have been out there that whole time. Nowhere near home plate in a luxury box having a nice meal. A.J. Ramos and FP, here's a closer who doesn't throw the fastball anywhere near half the time.
No, fastball slider changed the arsenal. He had a nice 2015 season with 32 saves, struck out 11.1 batters per 9 innings, 87 strikeouts to 26 walks, so a good strikeout to walk ratio for sure. You're going to get a strike off this guy, so be aggressive.
Harper, Zimmerman, and then you would think Matt den Dekker here in the bottom of the 9th. Bryce, 1 for 2, a homer, 2 walks, similar to his opening day game. And he rips one out to left center. High in the air, Ozuna to the wall. And another ball that on a night unlike this would be out of here. 1 out.
I thought that was out of here. That's 2 today. I thought Michael Taylor's was gone. I thought Bryce Harper's was gone, but the ball not carrying to center field. Might have got under it just a tad, but you got to be on the attack with A.J. Ramos, and Bryce Harper did just that. He thought he got him. He walked out of the batter's box, and I did too. But it's getting colder by the minute. Ball not carrying. And Bryce Harper, oh my God, that's what he said.
Yeah, April baseball. Ryan Zimmerman against A.J. Ramos' career, 2 for 5. Ryan's hit a home run against him. Had 3 career RBIs. Into the 9 o'clock hour. Ball game started at 4:06. And the Nats need some big time lightning to strike here. That's a fastball. Ramos 89. Looks a little quicker than that. To the inside edge.
Get out for that guy. Why not?
Matt on den Dekker.
Go. All right, game on.
He did. Ryan Zimmerman on for the 3rd time tonight. Ramos will walk some guys and give you an opportunity. Den Dekker last night, Atlanta.
What a long, strange trip it was for Matt den Dekker yesterday. Started the day in Syracuse, got on a plane, got to Atlanta in the 5th inning, and Dusty Baker just felt like throwing him in there. He goes 2-run double to give the Nats the lead. So Matt den Dekker, the hero last night. Rally caps everywhere. See what he's got tonight.
Den Dekker, first career at bat against A.J. Ramos, who locked him up with a breaking ball, strike 1. Marlins trying to get into the win column. 0-2 coming in here. Started with interleague play against the Tigers. Gave up 25 hits and 15 runs in 2 games down in their ballpark. They're moving Rojas around behind Zimmerman at first, but they evidently don't want him too far away.
But they want him behind Zimmerman. They want him playing no doubles. He just put a foot on the line, and they're going crazy, waving him down the line right here. And that's the way you do it. Matt Dendecker represents a tie and run.
Yeah, and I remember Rojas was mainly a middle infielder, so he hasn't played over there much. Oh-2 on a couple of breaking balls from Ramos. Target away. Got a fastball. And pops it over left side for Martin Prado. The Nats are down to their final out. But it's Daniel Murphy.
The big triple in the first inning to clear the bases. Another base hit, 2 for 3. Another good day for Daniel Murphy.
3 for 10 career with a home run, 2 RBIs against A.J. Ramos. Late breaker to the inside edge. Ryan Zimmerman will go ahead and take second base. Real Muto came up throwing, no one to throw to. Murphy on base 3 times, couple of hits, 3 RBIs, a walk.
Crowd into it, getting the Let's Go Nats chant going on their own with no scoreboard help. I love it.
Sellout for opening day. Strike 3, game over. Murphy surprised, and the Nats are done. They will drop their first decision of the season, and Murphy still barking at Lance Barksdale, who had a very interesting afternoon and evening behind the plate.
Let's look at pitch track. Daniel Murphy obviously didn't like it. Good frame by Real Muto, gets the call from Barksdale, and that's how this one ends.
6-13-1 Marlins, 4-6-1 Nats, and it'll be time for Saturday afternoon's game 4 to get things back in the win column for the Nationals. Joe Ross will pitch against Tom Kohler of Miami. So the Nats are 2-1, the Marlins are 1-2, and Nats Extra with Johnny and Ray will be at 3:30 Saturday. This has been a presentation of MASN. For Dan and FP, Bob Carpenter. We'll see you Saturday. So long for just a while.